the goal today is to get this design donezo, at least kind of done. Um, we'll see. We'll see. We're skipping a lot of things in the design. Oh, what are we doing, Illustrator? And we're kind of just focusing in on um, stuff that's complicated within the app that maybe wouldn't fall into a template very well. And today, after our little design review, we're going to be working on deployment stats and deployment scaling and mission control and the project interface to add new projects. So I don't know if I've got a preference on how I want to work through these. Part of me wants to go easiest to hardest. I think that's always the best thing to do when you kind of have like your goal is completion, because you're gonna, what would happen if we work on the hardest thing first? Sometimes that's good with development, but with design, you're gonna like, I don't know, you'll lose it. By the time you're doing the last thing, you're gonna do this thing that's like you're phoning it in. That's the phrase. You're phoning it in. I don't even know what that means, but that's what you're doing. And if you do your hard shit, dang it. If you do your hard stuff first, you're gonna end up doing that. So I think we're gonna start with mission control. I think that's the easiest thing on here. I think then we might have to figure out what's harder, adding a project or doing deployment stats. Don't know. Deployment stats definitely visually intensive. It's pure information design, and that's a different type of design than typical interface design. Could be good to leave that to last because it's going to be a total context switch. Deployment scaling, same thing. It's that's going to be more of a mixture of functional information, because the information there is so in-depth and so complicated that we need to relay it to the user, as cleanly as possible, but there's controls that have to take place on top of it. It's almost like we're making sort of like a mini video game kind of interface for that. So let's do the design review, just a quick look over what we got done yesterday, and then mission control after that. And I'll explain what mission control is when we hit it. So yesterday we made this. This is my my litmus test. Does it still look good today? Is it still as attractive in the morning as it was last night? It's not the morning though. So we have the components guide, component section. This is meant to set up new components. This will be the screen you sort of land on. Looking at it, I almost think if we wanted to, I think we'll try this out, but if we wanted to, we could just have add component be a button that then asks you, what are you adding? It could be a 3-step process, because that's sort of weird to have the buttons there all the time. How much are you doing this? You need the buttons there all the time. Can we drop add from the buttons, please? Yeah. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I guess, if they had different contexts, I guess it would make sense not to do that, but they're definitely, if it was like a knit worker. Okay. Just put some text there. Thank you. Sure. Yeah, we'll just do these all different. Thanks, Illustrator. Okay. And I want to leave them just like that, aligned right to the top. Well, I think adding icons to these guys, I feel like we could do it, yeah. Because it might make sense, too, to go down here and bump the fidelity up. But for right now, I think like pulling add out was smart. I don't think I want to extend the design at all. Easy enough to do once it's HTML, right? So, okay, it looks okay. You'd see your components. You'd be able to tack into them and jump down a little bit. I did find a nice abstraction of at least Ruby today. I just didn't realize it was there. But if you look right in the corner there, that little sort of simple icon for Ruby, I almost want to do this instead. I'm not going to change anything right now. We're going to keep our heads peeled, our eyes peeled for it. Our heads peeled. Nope. Don't peel your head. Keep your eyes peeled. Well, what does that even mean? Peel your eyes. That just sounds painful. We're gonna keep a lookout for for this sort of style more and see if we can, you know, do that. Because I kind of like that. It's that two-dimensional design where you're still implying some sort of three-dimensional stuff. And going back and looking at this, I feel like it kind of clashes. So if we could do a two-dimensional representation, I'd be happy, you know. Whiplash, keeping your eyes peeled is the tense, edgier version of saying be observant. Yeah, but there's so many sayings that just are so weird. Like they are still in our vernacular, but like the reality is so far behind our history. Like hold your horses to tell somebody to sort of like be patient. You know, hold your horses. Like how many of you guys have even seen a horse like in real life? For all you know, they could just be like made up CGI things. Hold your horses. How many of you guys have held a horse? It's a lot harder than being patient, man. Those things are 2,000-pound, you know, animals that just want to do things. Okay. Anyways, so this section here, I think that's a little too light, so I'm gonna tap that up a little bit. I like the idea. I like this part too. I really do. I think that this was smart to kind of go to a wizard for the top part. I don't have text selection. We're gonna restart Illustrator. I'm not getting highlighting. That's just gonna be a problem. All right, just hold up. Please stream Jesus. Don't have anything bad on my desktop. Okay, I think we're good. Whew. Open that guy back up. That's the only tense part about streaming. I think everybody has like weird stuff on their computer, right? I'm not the only person. I have weird stuff. Nothing illegal or anything like that. Just weird stuff. I have a bunch of photos from when I was like a child on here. I would not want those getting out, man. They're embarrassing. Yeah, Whiplash, if I accidentally show something of my wife, even, like, she would not be happy. All right, we got text selection back. Nope, that's gone now. We don't have that anymore. Oh, it's right off stream, but it's because it's previewing on the GPU. I don't know what they got wrong here, but when you preview on the GPU now, there's a lot of little visual bugs. Nope, it's CPU too. Never mind. Like that, I thought that was what it was. So is it just the pixel preview? You guys can see how this is infuriating, right? Like I can't, there's no selection, there's no highlighting. It's just there. Thanks, Illustrator. And I think because I've saved it now in Illustrator 2020, there ain't no going back. Anyways, we'll just change the color of this thing. So right now it's probably just got to bump up a little bit in value. Yeah, just a little tiny bit like that. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, a little more legible. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe we make it white. Yeah, let's do that. Just like bring it down. Hello, Mr. Slayer. Kind of want to do that blue. I know we talked about it and said don't do it, but as I work through the colors for this, I kind of want to do the blue, guys. I'm sorry. So, Wisp, you think that the GPU is unnecessary for this stuff? I kind of do too. I think that the main problem, and I'm not a math genius or anything like that, but don't GPUs like run on fuzzy math, right? They run on like a fuzzier version of math so they can pull off like operations a lot quicker, right? I'm not like wrong about that, right? Like the precision's a lot lower. So why in the world would you want that stuck inside of a vector art program? I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so for the rest of this, same thing. So we're just looking at this part. I think that looks fine, even with this big add to stack button. I'm cool with that. Okay, so now you've selected a data component and you have to select the next piece. I think that looks great. Like, we can improve on it, sure. I think it would be nice to do our own illustrations for all these, kind of like the Nanobox team did. And again, we'll look for them. Yeah. Because we're gonna I think like if we don't go the super in-depth version, like if we don't try to match whatever these icons are, but we try to come up with like representative things that somebody would understand as Redis or Elasticsearch or anything like that, I think we'll do fine. I think we can pull it off. Size looks, yeah, we'll just say that looks good. Okay, now the Mac Daddy. This is when you're, and don't worry about this part. Well, we corrected it in one design. We don't have to correct it in all of them. Let's take a look. Okay, so we have a component called web main here, and I wonder if we should have a little line. Nah, we don't need it. It's unnecessary. And then we're starting to define all these things. What I might want to do is move this down a little bit. It might make some sort of weird sense to add another field to this. I don't think it'll break the YAML, but maybe if we had a field for description so you could write a little thing, but maybe not. I don't know. I think it could be useful though, just to add description. You just tap in some words about it, say this is where I run this thing or whatever. We didn't do the whole thing. This will be a super duper long thing. This is going to probably have 20 different things you can set. And so you're going to have to just tack that open. That's why we gave it all this space, and then just start scrolling. And if you don't want to scroll through it like a Momo, you're going to click on advanced, and then you'll be able to see it in a text file nice and tidied up. So I like this a lot. I don't know if we did something here that's going to be hard to figure out, but I like the idea of the highlighting that right there. It shouldn't be too hard to do. We'll just run a regex on it. Anything before a colon, well, we just throw it in a span for the display purposes. And then we'll strip the spans out for saving to the file. Easy peasy. Stop force, stop timeout. So this is going to be an interesting one, right? Because you click that, then this shows, and if you don't click that, that's not there. We might have more opportunities like this where it's something you flip on, and because you flipped it on, another option is now available to configure it further. Isn't that interesting? Like, they could have just made it so stop force took like an integer, right? And if that integer wasn't there, it would be disabled. If it was there, it could have worked. Network directory. So this is an interesting one that we're gonna have to figure out. The problem with this guy, not even the problem, just the opportunity here, is that we'll have to find data components that have already been created, and you almost want to do a thing here that says like add another data component that would trigger this, and they just start moving through the wizard. But it doesn't have to be easy. Like, it can just be one level of easy. But I do like the way that works. I think that's smart. Then we have the cron jobs, which this is our big boy. It's got 3 different fields which have to connect to each other. These 3 fields represent 3 different lines in the YAML. Then we have some presets here. I think that looks okay. I kind of like how it moves in like this. For the presets, we can mess around with these. So I think it's just the idea of this. And you know what? I know this is like real anal. This is real nitpicky. I got to change this. Because every one of these is going to have brackets around it. Brackets? Quotes. So it only, it doesn't need that. And same thing with this guy. We would wrap that in quotes. Maybe we don't. Yeah, it's actually a question. Should we... Yeah, maybe we should just leave it, because then you can edit the direct value. Take it back. Then we have the danger zone. Such a good idea. I would love to get like a small clip from last night when someone, I think it was Noah, suggested I do like tape across this, like, and I was like, no, we're not going to do that. And then just like a hard cut to me finishing up the tape. I think it's such a funny thing to stick there, man. It really is. That's so funny. And it's with the bear. It's my scariest thing. This is a mama bear. We got the keep holding commit. That was a great idea from someone yesterday too. Like to do this sort of better pattern where we don't do a double confirm. We make them sort of hold that down for 5 seconds or something. Oh, and we've jammed documentation up here. That might come to bite us in the butt. That might be a problem. We'll figure it out. There's a lot of ways to do documentation, right? This is one way. I've done this pattern before. I really like it, but you have to make space in the UI for it. The easy way, when you don't have space, is you just tooltip everything. And we'll just, like, you hover it, and then the big box shows up, says this is what it does. Problem with the hover state is you can't, like, reference it as you're typing, you know? So if it's something complicated with examples, it isn't going to work as easily. But I think we're good. And just as a side note, like, as we look at this stuff, when we think about the development cycle, I think the first round of development, we're not going to do any of this guided stuff. I think the first round is going to be like only text editors. That's it. And we're going to have the button there, but we're not going to stick anything in there because I feel like that's our goal, right? If we can get this whole thing working like it was working with the text, that would be great. The way I said that's not good. Okay. Let's get to work. So we'll be working on mission control first. And that's gonna be here. Mission control. Move that up to the top. We'll grab one of these guys to do it. How about, yeah, that one's fine. Kind of going a little out of order. Not a big deal. I wish I could select text. This is the worst. No. Oh, I don't even know where my cursor is. What is that called? The little text hide? Is it a pointer? The text pointer? The caret? I think it's the caret. Yeah, we're fine, Illustrator. Don't worry about it. Just why don't you worry about getting me back my thing where I can see where I'm typing. Stupid program. Let's lock some stuff up. Boop. Get locked. Okay. Yeah, it'll probably be the same. That'll probably be the same. This is going to take some more values because I don't think there's a global setup for this. This stuff here we'll leave, but I'm going to kind of move it around. Go here, just in case we need you, friend. BNG, you asked if there will be some WordPress optimized things like the Lightspeed server with the LS cache, or isn't that in the target range? That's a good question. I think that's probably a little outside of what we're trying to do here. And the reason I think it's outside of what we're trying to do here is that that's really setting your box up. We can maybe do, you know what? No, let me take that back. We could probably do like a fairly optimized WordPress box, right? So we could have a WordPress box that's sitting on top of Nginx. Nginx is already gzipping. WordPress is already set up. You got all the little stupid htaccess crap or whatever it's going to need in there. htaccess. It's going to have all like the mod rewrite crap turned on. And like, we could probably get that far. But as far as pre-building in plugins or anything like that, I don't think we should do it. I think if we have a base WordPress install, it should just be based on WordPress latest stable. And then the rest of that crap is like, yeah, but you still gotta get WordPress up and going. Like you still gonna have to install it and have the database set up and all that. But we'll make it so the server part is as good as possible. And if I don't know what Lightspeed server is, but if that's something that makes WordPress run better and we can configure it through Nginx or something like that, totally. Why not? Why shouldn't we flip it on? But I think that's going to be more for the templates. And those templates are, what am I doing? Deployments. Those templates are like way down the road, man. They're like the last thing we do after everything else works. But I think that's really smart. Just as like a side note, I think if we can have it so when you're adding a new project, and we're going to design for it, that you can bypass all the crap of figuring out what the project should be, and just be like, I need to make a WordPress site, and you click it, and like off it goes. That would be great. People will love that. It already exists, but I mean, like, you know, people would love having that in this app. All right, let's pull the IA open. Oh, Revolt, please tell me that's the thing. What do I have to do? Please tell me there's a way to get them back. Show edges. You're a freaking genius. Somebody get Revolt a Badger Buck. You just earned one. That's great, man. Thank you. How did that... So that just... I must have flipped it off. Control H. When do I hit Control H? I didn't flip it off. Illustrator flipped it off. That's so... Thank you so much. You just... Stream MVP. I don't think anybody's going to top that today. I'm sorry. Because like my next step was a reboot. It's funny when, you know, it's like going to one of those Alcoholic Anonymous meetings. Like, you can tell Revolt's been abused by Adobe for a long time to know that trick. Okay. So our next section, mission control. Let's talk about it for a minute. Is it not on here? No, we called it command center. Ooh. But I like mission control more. Okay. So we're going to have 3 tabs here. Local, staging component, and production component. So essentially what this is this is like a way to launch terminals into the box. So it needs to have a way to, this is like a backup place where the start stop server would be, I think, like without a doubt. For the components, because this isn't a deployment thing, this is a mission control thing. This may be where you can see the list of components that you have running. You're not going to get stats on them, but you're going to be able to like tap a button and terminal into them. Why you'd want to do that, I don't know. But then you can just like open a terminal into your live Postgres database. Oh, you idiot. Why would you do that? These are danger zone activities. Why would you ever terminal into a managed host? You're doing some stupid stuff, man, if you're terminaling in. All right, we get to use the danger zone button again. Because I think we're going to have to do that. We're going to have this little thing that says, like, are you sure you want to SSH directly into an EC2? Because what are you doing? Like, that's not going to be a smart thing to do. Anyways, so for local, we'll want put buttons into run components automatically. That's simple. We can just say execute start or something as server comes up. And customizable terminal open command things. Yeah, that's a Greg note if I've ever seen one. Okay, then staging, if nothing's selected, provide a list of components to open terminals for. That makes sense to me. So you just have that same list we have on the side of the screen there. And just a little button that said like open a terminal under the danger zone. And then production would be the same thing. Same exact thing. Yeah. I wonder if this is like where we could stop a box, like a component. Because if it's being called mission control or command center, like maybe that's what you do. We move all the non-scaling pieces to this screen. Let's do that. The difference in local is that components don't have their own instances. It's all single instance. So realistically, like you're just going to say open a terminal to local. That's it. And it's going to open up a terminal to that box, and you do whatever you want to do. Literally whatever comes to mind, you do it. You want to RM-RF star, you do it. But in these other EC2s, the staging might be a single instance, but production might break into multiple instances. We'll have to show that in production, the clusters, the server clusters, and we have that in our example, so we're okay. I'm sorry, I keep smacking my lips. It's a bad habit. Sure, it sounds awesome. Okay. Let's find our Hyper.js terminal, and let's take a look and see how we can style it. Thanks, Noah, for that highlight of me smacking my lips. I don't think I'm going to be able to stop. I'm going to have to take a drug that makes it so I can't, like, I don't do that anymore. All right, does anybody have, like, a preference when it comes to terminals? Because I kind of like ones that look like this. Like, this is my jam right here. I like it. I could use that all day. We could totally have different themes, but just for the purpose of the design, I think that's my jam. Can I just download this and... Ooh. Slayer, are we going to expose the box to the network for when you want to test the project on other devices on the network? Yes. Not in this version. You could do that on your own. But we can... Okay, guys, we're only going to talk about this very slightly. This is a platform. We call it a platform in a couple of documents. It's not just to do this thing that we're building. Eventually, yes, we will take over ngrok. We got to get people to use it. So if people like it, oh, this is a bare bones Electron app. If people like it, we'll definitely consider that, like, without a doubt. Oh, geez, what is this even? This is what it looks like? That's not bad. Yeah, it's like a real terminal. I don't know why it's got, like, my history up there. It must be plugging into something. Does this work as an SSH, though? I'm a little worried, because I don't think this is SSH. Let's see. That's like putty. Store. I don't want to pay for it. Could we shunt this to be SSH without installing anything else? There's something we can jam in there? Maybe? Hyper quick SSH. Plug in to show a quick list of your favorite SSH or other shell commands in Hyper. Am I, like, missing something? Like, I thought you have to use, like, dedicated terms for SSH. Yeah. You could open something like OpenSSH or PuTTY. Ooh. So we're going to be packaging even more inside of this. So we'll do Hyper.js and then a localized install of Open or PuTTY. I use PuTTY. I don't know if there's a problem there. I know that AWS does, what do you call it? They have, like, their own crazy Java applet thing that runs. Applet. So let's just keep looking at this. Okay. Is there a way to get a new... Yes, this is all I wanted, was multiple tabs. And so I can do that. Can I configure those tabs to be at the top or the bottom? Mm-hmm. Yep, that makes sense. Class not registered. Okay. Class not. Oh, nope. Nope. We might have to pop that guy open and just see what's in there. Can I move the tab to about him? No. Did I have themes I could select here? That's probably in preferences. Oh, of course it is. Oh, you can split it. What? Oh, baby. So we can just have this, like, picture that. Let's set this to about 100%. So it's at 100% right now. We're going to lose the guided and advanced here because it doesn't make sense for the screen. Nope. All of you have to go. You all have to go. And then this is literally what it can look like. And we can probably edit the source code for Hyper to get rid of the top bar, at least this part of it. So you would still have the ability to maybe exit, or we can maybe stuff this thing in there in such a way that you wouldn't see that X, right? You wouldn't even see the word Hyper. We would just somewhere in a README file somewhere attribute the license. So you could have this here. We could size it into the window like this. And then seriously, like we might be able to stick buttons up here that let you do like that. Oh, but it's like per tab. That's still cool. It's not as cool as I thought it was like a minute ago. But that's pretty neat. Like this is, now you're deep inside the matrix, right? Deeply inside. I wonder too if maybe the smarter play here is like this. And then maybe a little like that. And then we put the controls over here. Because if you have a bunch of instances that you want to talk to, we're going to run into a space issue if they're like up here. Because this terminal's, I would want the biggest terminal possible. So that's what we'll try to give them. The people want it, we'll give it to them. Okay, so what were we trying to figure out here? We're going to see if there's preferences to move these tabs to the bottom, because I think it'll look better on the bottom. But unfortunately, whatever class not registered means is happening, so I'm going to have to jump in and find that preferences file. Where could it be? Who knows? It's a whatever app. That Canon BJ. That's questionable. So is it app data? So that's under C users. Mr. Greg. That's me. App data. Boop. Okay. It's going to be in roaming. Dingleberry Pie. Oh, just barely missed it. Hyper. And then it looked like it was Hyper.js is what it was trying to pull, but I'm guessing it's config.json. So we'll grab that. Yep, lots of configure here. Let's see if there's something else in there. There is a global hotkey to pull that open, and we're going to have to, it'll probably be disabled to open up the, because it's Electron app, right? To open up the thing. But what are we going to see? I mean, I just want to see if there's, I want to see if there's a way to configure where the tabs are. What would that be inside of us? We are hacking right now, fellas. We're deep. There's nothing even here. It's not storing anything. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't know what to look for. Because if it's not sitting inside of any sort of memory, don't know. It's like pulling from a flat file then. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're gonna have to read up on it. So the only reason I'm reading up on this is because I don't want to give our like I would like to put that stuff down there. I don't want to give ourselves something stupid. Oh, the file called preferences. Okay, that's real easy to read, right? I'm not saying anything about there's tab order. But do you guys see anything that says like tab location? This looks to me almost like it's a set of like the windows that are up. Could be wrong. Okay, if we can't find it in here, then maybe it makes sense to just do a quick search and just say like hyper JS change tab position. Ooh, enhanced tabs. 3 years ago. I don't know about that. What does it do? We get traffic buttons. Okay. Oh, man. What? It's, I don't know why they wouldn't highlight that, but do you see that? Those are the icons we're looking for. These are the simple, stupid icons. Why is PHP an elephant? These aren't the right icons. Why would you make PHP an elephant? Let me take a look at that. Thank you. We give you the ability to provide a higher order component for every piece in the Hyper UI. Yeah. Yep. We could just move. We could just probably tell the header to be down lower. We're going to be forking Hyper.js at that point. Is that something we want to do? You know what I mean? Do we want to do that? Yeah, but Balrog, Postgres is an elephant because an elephant never forgets. I get it, but I just don't think that's the appropriate icon for FIP. Is it like that's not the official faux PHP? That's not the official. No, it's just like this boring. Why would the PHP community be able to agree on an icon though? Let's get real. Can't agree on anything else. The inventor of PHP had a son with an elephant plush toy. I have a daughter that loves ducks. You don't see me making duck logos for everything. That's cool, but that's not what we want. But it definitely looks better though. Ooh, that's a little grabby movie. I want to evaluate this hypertab enhanced thing though, so I'm just gonna put that in favorites because there's something about this that makes like, yeah, it'd be nice if you knew when the tabs were lit up with data. We have a bunch of them open. It's kind of hard to figure it out. So can we? It's installed. Let me see if I can just alter Hyper.js to get the thing we want. I just don't want to fork the poor thing. This is the crazy thing about like Electron apps, right? Yeah, you just make whatever you want to make. Where did it go? Where are you? What's the database for? Why is it using the database? It's using IndexedDB and local. It uses everything. It uses all the databases. And I wonder if that's just like artifacts. So this isn't the app file. So is that that's in local for these guys. Yeah. All right. Here's the source code. Yuck. Yuck. Here. 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 Nope. Maybe. Nope. Maybe. 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 No, that's WinPTY, whatever that is. Maybe. TypeScript. TypeScript. My mortal enemy. Well, boys, just going to not go any further than that. I hate TypeScript. I can't read it very well either. Got dinked. Dinked by the TypeScript. Okay. But should we just take a quick look? This might not even be it. Node PTY. If it's in an ASAR, if it's running from an ASAR, we can't mess with it. So this is like a zip file. And like, yeah, it goes to unpacked here, but I wonder why. Let me read this. Fork pseudo terminals and Node.js. So this isn't even the thing. This is just something that was unpacked. BNG, you're not going to sell me on this, man. You're not going to sell it to me. I'm not buying. There is already an elephant logo there. It's probably a registered trademark. Go off stream for 1 second here. Go off topic. USPTO.gov. I bet this is a registered trademark. And if I were sitting at Postgres, I would do it. Postgres, I would sue the crap out of PHP. Nope, that's not research. We need tests. Basic word and or design mark option. Sometimes I think they do show the design marks here, even though they say they don't. The live trademark, there's Postgres. Okay, let's see if they have a design mark. Did they not? They didn't do it. They didn't get the elephant. I'm pretty pissed off right now because I figured there'd be an elephant. I was really hoping. Well, my point's wrong. Somebody should convince Postgres to trademark the elephant, and then we can go after PHP. What would the PHP logo be, though? We have to come up with the alternative logo for them. Because, like, I mean, that is clearly, like, right? It is an elephant. God, why would they trademark that, though? We need to make a better logo for Postgres first. Get them to trademark the better elephant. And then find an alternative for PHP, which, what if it was, like, PCP? It's just a crazy guy lifting a car. It's just a guy wearing an adult diaper with a car over his head. I'm pretty sure I could make that logo because it's PHP lifting up the internet just like that. I'm sure that's not even uncommon that like some kid has said to their out of touch Vietnam War vet father, like, he's like, what are you even doing with your life? And he's like, I'm learning PHP, Dad. I'm really good at PHP. And he's like, I'm not having any of that drug in my house. Throws the kid out. And he's like, but Dad, it's just PHP. I don't care what it is. First it's the lewds, then it's the marijuana, then it's the PHP. That's it. That's it, guys. Discussion over. Make PHP logo. Guy in adult diaper lifting older style car / truck / police vehicle overhead. Perfect. It's that hypertext pre-processing. what we'll do is we'll give the PHP elephant to Postgres because it just makes more sense. Like I see that, I'm like, oh yeah, it's like the memory. You know, it's the memory. I get it. I don't know why MySQL is a dolphin. I didn't know dolphins were like renowned for their memory. I think MySQL should be like an old oak tree that everybody knows is there and you're happy it's there, I guess, kind of, but you know, nobody really wants to maintain it. And there's better trees to sit under. And there's this crazy guy with a car over his head and he's fun to play with. And there's an elephant. That's fun. Old oak tree. Old reliable oak tree MySQL. Why is it a dolphin though? Like, how does that make any sense? Do dolphins like fetch things? Is that the idea? I don't get it. Parrots. Yes. I like that idea, Orc Tamer. A parrot, like nice, like one of those like pretty parrots, like the ones that are like really well designed. not the toucan Sam one or whatever. Like that oh, he's a toucan, isn't he? That gray parrot, right? They're really pretty. They're like gorgeous birds. They're like the Rolls Royce of birds. Yeah, look at that thing. I mean, that's just so cool. Like I think what's cool about birds is like they all have that like tint to them, right? They have that like bluish tint, every single bird, but just in like varying degrees because of something or another. Yeah, that would look great. Okay. MySQL logo also needs to be replaced because what the fuck? Oop, that's a swear word. WTF is a dolphin representing relational databases. Ah, but maybe it's like the relationship thing. How about a gray parrot? Yeah, okay. Thanks for the swear marker. All right, let's get back to it. So Electron plugin for Hyper. I'm just saying weird stuff now. A plugin for Hyper where we can stick the tabs on the bottom has got to exist. Bottom didn't match anything. Tab. Active tab. I really don't want to fork it. Orc Tamer, do you know of another Electron-based terminal that we could embed inside of an Electron app? If you do, we'll check it out. If you don't, I mean, this is just a convenience tool for somebody. We're going to put like a little disclaimer. If you want a real terminal, just, you know, don't use this one. This is just here to make you work a little bit quicker. I'm not seeing it, guys. So I think we'll just pretend it does it. And it eats so Electron does not eat that many resources. I hear this argument all the time. Let me tell you what resources it doesn't eat. Development time. How about that one? How about that going quicker? What am I trying to line it up? Like some sort of a moob here. It's very quick to develop inside of Electron. And what computer are you on that doesn't have like 8 gigabytes of RAM? As a developer, who are you with your 4 gigabyte system? Yeah, I'll do that. Snippety doo-dah. I feel like there's probably a way to just screenshot that window, but I don't know what it is. Man, I missed it. All right, let me move that down here. Gonna have to put a little frame around this guy. That little like weird mouse thing that doesn't really suck, but it's also not great. Yeah. It's not the worst thing. Guys, I got the craziest. I had to buy Christy a laptop because her laptop is it's not very good. It's pretty bad in terms of laptops. And this isn't like paid promo or anything like that, but freaking Dell right now has some crazy deals. Crazy deals. Like I found a laptop on Dell that's normally $1,800 or $1,700. I think it's $1,800, and they marked that sucker down to $460. It's a precision laptop. It's like a step above the Latitudes. I don't think we have to worry about it. No. So that way you can email Dell and say like, send me my laptop. No, I don't think worry about it. If they were paying me, we'd have to worry about it. But then I would be wearing my Dell hat and my Dell microphone. I do have Dell screens. Thank you, BNG. I forgot about that, man. Why don't we do that real quick? Alt print screen. Yeah, thanks, man. That'll work a little bit better than that clip down one. It's a Lenovo Orc Tamer. So you think that's great? That is, you have just given the Chinese government access to your life with that Lenovo. Yeah, I know what you mean. You ever think about that? Like how boring your life is, and just like if they were spying on me, I really don't know what they get out of it. Like I don't have much going on. I don't really do anything. So that's not, the Chinese did not always have access to our life. The Chinese started to get access to our life when we started moving microprocessor and component development overseas. It's a stupid thing to do. And we have like there's legitimate like things that have happened because of that. And it's never talked about. It is never talked about at all. And it's like some of the scariest stuff like out of movies. They'll figure out like, because most factories in China are mostly like they're state owned. Like that's how they do. And they might have a little bit of separation from the state, but if the state comes in and says like, hey, we'd like to, take over your factory floor for a month, they do that really readily. And the big thing I saw we got our pants down with was like, and this is a story got buried. This was like reported on CNN and NBC and all this stuff when it happened 10 years ago. I don't think you could find it anymore. It got completely buried. It was this thing where we had, when we buy like cruise missiles, we assemble them here, but we buy the components overseas. For a lot of the components for cruise missiles are bought overseas. But we do it like in Batman, where he's sort of like ordering these weird quantities, and like that way nobody can figure out what it's being used for and all that kind of crap. And we were doing cruise missile assembly here. The Army Corps Engineers handles that crap. And they were doing testing on the system components, and they found a back door. And the back door was like pretty significant. It was a hardware back door. So if a certain radio frequency was picked up by the component, it would just shut the whole thing down. It would cause a system failure. So imagine if we shoot a cruise missile at somebody and then bingo bango, it just doesn't work. Just imagine that. Just imagine. It just falls out of the sky without anything but a radio signal into the ocean. It's crazy. Nobody talks about it. Totally happened. They intercepted that order. They figured out whatever. And I think that was like sort of the beginning of the end of that kind of crap. And I don't have anything against the Chinese. I think that they're doing what they need to do to you know, like be in the world, but they have different rules, man. They have like different, they have a different culture, a different way to look at this stuff. And they say, well, like that's not really, it's not really an act of war to do that. It's just smart. If you dummies, you know, are a threat to us, like we're not going to interfere with it if you go after somebody else, but you come after us. Why would we give you the tools to destroy us with? And yeah, the Chinese cyber people from PRK or PR People's Republic PRA, the something RPC. There's a acronym there. These guys are really good. They're like some of the best state level hackers in the world. There was something called the Mandiant Report that came out years ago, and it disclosed how they had, you know, sort of bought this humongous building in Beijing, and they filled it up with hackers, right? They didn't even care about routing their traffic, and these guys were just breaking into everything they get their hands on. They moved the Mandiant Report, I think, estimated it in trillions of dollars of industrial data that they pulled. And this was like industry wide. So they were pulling it from like benign things like Ford and Apple and Google, like things that like not really national security level stuff. But then they were also pulling it from like Boeing and Lockheed and all this stuff. And they did it in those absolutely genius ways. Like they were very good at it, and they got caught. Nobody talked about it. And there was a presidential candidate a few years ago who was sort of like, like, shouldn't we maybe do something about this? And it made it through like one debate. Everybody thought he was a moron, and that was the end of it. Okay, so we need a control to start the server, to stop the server, and that's probably the same control, right? We have this one over here that would be start stop. Probably this one right here that reboots it. Probably just every button that's here might make sense. And I think what we'll do is we're going to do a real easy pattern on this, and just to make it easy on me later. And I also think if we're going to do this terminal here, I'm going to make this a little bit wider. So just so it lines up. I think it feels weird. It's a group of Eastern European hackers figured out a way to empty out ATM machines. And they also wired accounts to buy crypto inside their wallets. Okay. I think that's where you get caught, though. Did they get caught? Just random phone calls. What is up with cell phones nowadays? Do you guys ever answer phone calls from your own area code? I feel like if my area code that I use is not the area code where I live. And when I see phone calls from there, like I just never answer them. I'm like, this is never, the success rate on those phone calls is like barely anything. Like it's almost nil. Yeah, exactly. No, you got it. Like people who get caught, that's when the story comes out. Think about all the stuff that that you get in and out and nobody knows. Think about all the like Superman 3 plots playing out right now, or Superman, whatever the one was with Richard Pryor, where he was like, he learns how to be a software developer, like just on his own. And he ends up being some savant. Like he goes to some class and he's like hacking into mainframes. He just ends up being this savant computer guy. And before you know it, he's like, I got an idea. I'm getting paid crap. I'm just going to steal the money. Fractions of a penny at a time. He got caught though, so not the best example. But you think about like how many people have gotten away with crap like that, right? And how many times has that happened? Where not only did they sort of like get away with it, but maybe they were like discovered and some CTO was like, just sweep it under the rug. Just don't say anything. Just sweep it under the rug. Because I don't know if any of you guys like had to do postmortem on a breach. You don't find stuff. There's nothing left over unless they're stupid. You don't find it. You don't even know they were there. And I think it's just sort of accepted. Like if you run a server, do this as an exercise. Turn a server on, like an EC2, throw PHP on it, and tail the access log. Just tail it for like put the public DNS up, and just watch. It is a constant stream of people trying to break in, constant. And those are the dummies. Okay, those are the dum-dums that are running like Metasploit or something like that. Those are the guys. Those are script kiddies and bots. And what you really have to worry about is like the legitimate targeted attack, the thing where you're a target and they're going to figure out how to get in. Because they'll figure it out. I'm sorry, like they'll find a way. There's a weak link somewhere. The weak link is usually some idiot that works at the company who sees a USB on the ground that says like 2019 payroll, and he throws it into his machine, and then that's it. The slow like plan starts working its way into place. I know these are kind of gross buttons, guys, but I just kind of want to get this jammed out. Start server, restart server. We already have a terminal open, but maybe the terminal's not always open. Open terminal. Grossest buttons. Let's take a quick look. Put button in to run components automatically. So let's do that little checkbox, and it'll just say something like auto run start commands. What are they called? Start somethings. Start commands. Okay. I hate that I have to do that next to the button, but it's happening. I worry about him too. You're a movie based on true events. Let's see. That's too many words. Run web component. Start. We can probably break that to 2 lines. I'm doing that on everything for consistency. Run or auto run? Probably just run. So what we can do is if that's enabled, when you start the server, it'll just like auto open the terminals and be like blop blop and start doing stuff. You'll have 2 terminals right here to look at, which I guess is different from the logs. Yeah. Okay. Local. I think that's good. Start the server, restart the server, open the terminal. I kind of want to put these guys in here too, but I don't think they're the same thing as these guys. So I'll put them down here. View on web or view on browser. I'm going to change the color of that guy too. So we must have a different button color I can grab somewhere. Yes, 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 no. Maybe? No. Maybe this guy? Bingo bango. Yeah. Yeah. View on browser, view in browser. And then open folder. In browser, open folder, and then open text editor, I guess. Ooh, she's almost too much. Launch editor. They're the worst buttons, but they do things. Okay. Definitely could get a bit more creative on this whole situation. This is not the best. I've done worse, but this is pretty bad. Why don't you just use Bootstrap for your whole design? Okay. Leave Bootstrap alone. So we didn't even use these guys. They'll come back, I guess, for the next screen. So let's do staging and prod. And what are we going to do with you? Let's see if we can do that. Put that into the buffer. New layer. Move you over here. Oh, you did that, didn't you? You have to unlock the whole object first. Over here. Okay. No, you moved. That's why we need that GPU. Doing heavy lifting right now. I need my Threadripper. 48 core Threadripper. Okay. By the way, the Threadripper crushed it. Holy crap. The amount of like raw power that thing is putting out now, it's like beating every chip that Intel has, minus like an overclocked version of the 1090XE or 10980XE. It's just crushing everything and stuff that it shouldn't even be crushing in. It's like it's a game over. Like Intel lost. They lost this round, and when they haven't lost a round in forever, like for the longest time. I wouldn't even know the last time that they're in a position where they were looking at benchmarks and they're like number 2 or number 3 or number 4. I'm referring to like the practical tests, not the canned stuff like Cinebench and whatever. But even in that stuff, they're losing inside of their consumer chipsets. That's right, Orc Tamer. This is how you explain that you need a high-end graphics card. This is how you justify an NVIDIA Quadro, whatever those ones are that are like $6,000 Quadros. P Titan. Who even knows? Why did I just write that again? I was just trying to rename this thing. Those things are like, what do you do with those? I understand like the 2-dimensional stuff is amazing on them, but like that's what you'd use it for, right? If you were working in 3D a lot to get that, not the 3D rendering, because that's all like a lot of done by the CPU, but it's just to get that like CAD workstation real-time feel thing. If I wouldn't know though, maybe it would make sense to get a baller GPU here, and it would like make this stuff a little bit faster. Like that definitely takes like half a second to do that. So maybe it would tighten it up to 0 seconds. I don't even know. So Orctamer, you asked why do we need those things to say that? We don't, but just Orctamer, just view this as like bare bones, gonna do something better later buttons. This is just for me to get some function. We're gonna do the same thing here. It's not gonna be pretty. It's just gonna be these bare bones buttons. Okay. A lot of the app that we're building here, although it's got some design elements that make it, better than the average bear, I'd say. it's most of it is built up around hardcore functionality. It's built up around like like getting a really hard thing to happen, and I don't think the user experience or anything is in the front. Like it's definitely like a second thing, because we're replacing a lot of things that are really hard to do, and we're making it really easy to do. So we could probably just get away with your standard Visual Basic drag and drop interface, you know. Okay, that's gonna in staging. This will happen. I'm gonna pretend this is turned off. So we'll say restart stack. We'll say start stack. There isn't a terminal to open up here. Do we do rollbacks here? No, it's under deployments. Same thing. So we could view it in browser, open folder. No. Launch editor. No. But you could view it in the browser. And I think we'll move this guy down just because it's going to have to stay familiar, but it'd make more sense to push it up. So a staging and a prod server, what we're going to do is we're going to design for the prod server. So let me change that, because they're mostly the same, but the prod use case that we have has multiple components on one box, like right here. And then we can sort of move all these things over and say like, okay, these are separate instances, so they're going to have different ways to talk to them. So each instance kind of has its own way to terminal in and start, stop, delete, reboot. But delete would be a deployment thing. So this would be start, stop, reboot. And this is a way to quickly restart or start the stack. And we'll say stop stack. That's not the word. What is the word if you brought down a stack? Yeah, I don't know. And again, we are way inside the danger zone. So it wouldn't be destroy. It would be like how do you say turn off an entire group of servers, bring down, it's like bringing it down, stop everything. I don't know. Stop stack. Maybe stop is the right word. It's just like not as accurate as it could be. It's not like as succinct. Because what you would be doing is you'd be offlining your entire thing. Destruction and stuff like that happens over in deployments. So if you wanted to like completely turn off all the services, you destroy them. So this is almost like pause. It's pausing the stack. That's what it is. But I don't really know, like, what would that even do? Like, you're making it... Okay, so you have a worker called worker mailer, and you hit the pause button. Does EC2 care? You're still going to get billed, right? Because you have a provision box sitting there. It doesn't matter if it doesn't care if it's turned on or turned off. Why would it care? Does anybody have an EC2 account they can look at right now? I'm going to see if... I don't want to jump into mine. Let's say EC2 server management. Yeah, you still pay for it if it's off, right? You pay for it as long as it's provisioned. Like, they don't care if it's on or off. They don't care if it's consuming money or consuming resources. What we could do is when the user says pause it, what we'll do on our end is we will have a Bitcoin mining agent just kick up, start mining Bitcoins. But when they unpause it, you got to shut that Bitcoin miner down. They will be none the wiser. Okay, so it's running or halted maybe? Halt might be the word. Halt is the word that comes to mind. That's like the vagrant word. I'm going with halt. You don't see it very much. It's an old-timey word. It's big if you're a sentry or a guard somewhere. Halt stack. Then restart stack. And I think that's not restart, it's reboot. Renewed. Okay. So we're in production. That's not the right color. There we go. We're in production. We have this list of components that we could terminal into. Hey, just take some notes here. So we'd want to be able to open a terminal to each instance. Maybe individual reboot. No scaling here, remember. If it, maybe like the start, halt. That can just be a toggle. Maybe some status indicator. Online, offline, booting. I don't know what else we'd have there. I really don't. Let me take a look at Nanobox. Reboot and delete. But delete will be under what we say. We say it'll be under deployments. So we can create a tunnel. But that's what we're doing here, I think. Yeah, this is kind of what we're doing here. We're just creating that tunnel here. I didn't even think about that. With Hyper, we don't have to worry about an SSH. We're going to go through the... We're going to open that SSH, or open that terminal, the Hyper.js terminal, and we're just going to run Nanobox from that, or Microbox, whatever it is at the moment we get to mess with it. There's nothing. I mean, I don't think there's anything. I think it's just this, that we've got it covered. The admin would have these additional things underneath it. I guess you could do this, where we, instead of using icons, we'll tell them the name of it. That's probably not stupid. This is Postgres, Redis, Ruby, you know, because the icons, although they make sense to me and you, they probably don't make sense to everybody. See if there's anything else in here. I think that's about it. Okay. So the name and then the tech name. That might be useful. Oakley do. Here's all of our little guys here. I'm just going to copy these up. These are going to have to be tiny. Yeah, like that. It's not the best, but they got to be tiny. Let's work on one item, then we'll just apply it to everything else. I think those buttons, they'll show up when you hover it. because if not, it's gonna be hard to like show one of these working. But if we do it any other way than like an on hover, it's gonna be hard to manage. It's gonna be like the same button over and over and over again. No, let's tie it. Now let's do this other way. We're gonna just make these little like slide buttons. Like so. How tiny can we make the font? How tiny? How far down can that go before people start to get angry? Let's lower the contrast as much as we can while we're at it. That should help. Hi, Grill. Is this the design for Maga.io? Yes, it is. Yep. Yep. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm going to try laying the icons in. We already have icons over here. So what do we have here that makes sense? So you have start, halt. So that could be this little switch here. We have reboot, which we've got. We've got open terminal, which we don't really have. We have something close to it. I wonder if just reusing this guy. Oh, we'll look and see if there's something better than this for terminal. I think there's actually a Font Awesome icon that is the terminal open cursor, or caret, or whatever it's called. Let's take a look. And the status indicator of online, offline, or booting. That is really interesting. That's probably less of an icon and more of like something we can do with this little card guy. Something we can do with this thing and set it. Because I think like if something's offline, easiest thing is just like kind of make it look less transparent or more transparent than everything around it. But that gets a little tough if there's only one thing, doesn't it? And I got to fix this because this is technically an EC2 AWS1 with a component inside of it. And this would be platform instance. $_ underscore for terminal. Yep, something like that. Okay, so this is the only one we have to do this on. This is a parent-child relationship. There will be more like this, but I think we got to just figure out how to do these a little better. So this will probably, this won't have any controls. The components that sit inside of boxes have no controls. It applies to the outer box, not to the component itself. I think it's easy. We'll just move this whole thing in. And we kind of had a drawing line pattern thing, which we could just use that, couldn't we? If we have a system that we're establishing here, let's not go full into it, right? But let's try a few things to like, let's pull a few of these ideas in. So this is going to be the web main Ruby component. All right. Let me see. So if I got this thing here, can I pull that node idea? Can I pull that off here? Maybe. Oh, get tiny. Go green boy on that. I think it'll work. I think I just gotta figure out some more pieces. Get these in just a little bit. Give you a little more space. Let's put you in the gutter, just like that. Maybe more just like that. Okay. So it's saying that's online. Can we, or do we want to do this too? Move this here and then darken it. But not, maybe. Oh, maybe. No. No. This is the wrong decision. Let's darken this. Oh, it's too dark. Just a little subtle. That's something. Okay. So then we're going to have to do the same thing here. It did nothing. It went behind it. Okay. Even though it's shorter, it's still going to have that status thing. Oh, come on. I'm just the same exact mistake 2 times in a row. Okay. Then we need to show that these are connected, and we're going to need to show something that would work if these were connected, even if they were tightened up a little bit. So we're going to just copy this guy. I don't know if we're going to do that little slanty line thing. Let's try it without it. Let me make sure these are the right size. 8 pixels. They have to be an odd number of pixels. Let's try 7. Okay. What is the, how did that align itself? It's off grid. It's got to be off grid. Yeah. Same thing with this guy. If you want to know about the project we're working on, you can do a hashbang, or a bang, and then the word project. And there's a overview document you can check out. That's fine. Okay. Nope, I'm sorry. It's bang. Exclamation point. I said it wrong, man. Sorry. And there's a day 1 stream that you can go check out too that has like all the, like that whole thing, that whole image will just get explained to you. Yeah, that's not the worst thing ever. If you kind of imagine that keeps going. It's not as cool as the side one though. Well, I don't know if I like that not being as cool. That's really all I care about. Maybe it'll be better looking as we keep building the component list, but we now have to deal with a couple things. The alignment's definitely going to change in these little tiny guys like those. I'm going to add one more underneath this, although we're going to have to replace it just so I can see scale as I build it. Like, make sure I'm not making anything too big, too small. Dumb alignments. You know what we'll actually do here is we will delete this. And we'll make this a copy. Yep. Okay. So now anything I do to this guy is going to happen to this guy. Just want to try one thing. This is it. This is how we do this. Why did it just randomly? Why? It just decided I'll be 0.8 pixels. Just like that. Somewhere in there. That's, oh, that doesn't look good. It's something like this, though. I got to figure it out. There's a wrap here. Why? It did it again. Oh, you wanted 15. Look at the height. 15.001 pixels. That's what you wanted? No. Why would anyone want that? At this X position? Not that one? Not this one? No. How hard is it? Oh, it just did it again. How hard is it to get this right? We'll be okay with it, but it's gonna look weird. So okay, let me try one more thing. So over here we kind of did this like knocked in thing. So this would kind of come out here and then knock in like this. So I guess that could make sense because this doesn't have like you can't start stop the component. It exists there, but you can't start stop it. So maybe you do that. Yeah, and then it starts to make a little bit more sense. And I wonder too, since you don't need it, you just move this over. Maybe. I don't know. I'm on the fence. All right. So we need to get those buttons in. Let's grab them. Yep. Nope. That's locked up. Okay. So we want that guy, and we're going to change that guy, but we want him. The reason I keep flipping on pixel preview is because we're working in such small sizes that you can, if you don't leave that on, like you leave it like this, you'll never know if the fonts are too big or too small or anything like that. It'll just lie to you. It'll show you what you want to see. What? That's a random thing going on there. What's going on with that? Oh, it's fine. I'll back up just a little bit. Okay, so we have the switch to switch it on and off. Anything we put here, we probably need to contain, like over here. We have our reboot button. We have a launch button. We can probably know that none of these are going to get to be too long versus platform instance. We know that probably for a fact. Probably makes sense to stick this guy over here with this guy. You guys hang out together. Or maybe up here. That's a power state thing. So get it down there too. What was this thing supposed to be for? I mean, that's launched the terminal. Open terminal, okay. Reboot, okay. Start, halt, okay. Status indicator, okay. I don't think we need this one. So we'll get rid of that. We're going to make these a little bit bigger. And let's replace this. I think Nick had said there's a $sign underscore is probably the right thing for a terminal. But I know there's like this, I would like to stay within one font library and not mix and match icon fonts and text if we can. So that's the thing we're going to use. Let's see how that looks. That's not too bad. Definitely got to have to get some more alignment going, but that's not too bad. So let's move these down into alignment. Yep. So we'll go off the bottom height of the letter there and maybe middle for this one. Like that. What will the pricing be for Mega? You tell me. What we're probably going to do is charge a license to use it, but not like you'll pay for your own hosting. But I think like we have an option where we would not charge the license, or rather where you could still use it, but you wouldn't have to get the license if you just like were cool with this thing being in the corner and you just have ads and you sort of can do whatever you want with, up to, there might be some stuff in the future that you don't get access to, but for now you can do whatever you want. That's bugging me. Why would I do the bottom alignment instead of just line it up with the letters? Like the center, the X height. No, I think that the licenses are for. Well, okay. So what we'll do, if we want to get into this for like a second, where did that go? Where did you go? Over? Why? Why is it over here? Why did it just decide it should move from where it was? And then when I close it, it's like, I'm fine. I'm going to go right back. But if I open it again, what if I open that one? It just thinks it should be way over here. What? What? There is no reason for that to be going on. I'm sorry. So I think it could make sense to, it's probably because I added those guides. The guides do it every time. Where are those guides? The thing that makes sense to me for licensing is sort of one of those like, hey, if you're using this for commercial use, you should buy a license. Like if you're making money off your stuff, you should just buy a license. If not, just enjoy the stupid ads that we're serving up to you. What is going on with this thing though? I don't want to make an app like that's valuable to somebody that they can't use because they can't afford it. Because I think there's a lot of stuff we don't consider when we kind of launch software. We don't always consider like, hey, there's a lot of people in Brazil who make apps. They love to make apps. They're really good at it. But then all the pricing for some of these tools, and not like all the tools, like a big company like Microsoft, they know what to do to price these things down for markets. But like a smaller tool where the person has never thought about internationalization, and maybe the person in Brazil reads English, but they make, a third or a quarter or a tenth of what somebody in the US or Germany or whatever makes, or the UK. And you kind of want to give them access to it. And I would prefer they just had access to it, because I don't know. I think it's that I'm fine with that. Just like if you use it for commercial, please pay. I'm not going to have any way to enforce that. But here's the deal. If you're not paying, you're seeing ads. That's just going to be how it is. Because the cool thing about this is that once it's rolled out, we don't have to worry. I don't think. Now, this is a big I don't think, but I'm not sure. I don't think we have to worry too much about maintenance costs. Like we don't have, as far as I know, we're going to be trying to do some crazy stuff to internalize all the entire process. So don't add a guide to a symbol apparently, because it does that thing. What's the bonk? You did something wrong noise. Do I do this full time? Yeah, among other things, yeah. This is my primary focus, man. How big does that have to get? Yo, that's humongous. Let's make that a little less humongous. I'm trying to get this to balance with these guys over here. And I think whenever I have a balance issue, what's really happening is I'm trying to fit like 10 pounds of crap into a 5-pound bag, and it just is not the right design. The problem here is that we can't really do this. We can't like one line this because this is variable user entered text. Because I would love to take these buttons and just stick them down here. But by the time we start sticking them underneath, like you're in giganto button realm, you know. The card, giganto card realm. It's just not going to balance. Let's go up 10. Let's try that. Let's try that, the padding approach. Balance, maybe. Not bad. It's acceptable. We'll go forward with that. Okay, so we're going to break the link here and then fill out the rest of this stuff. That's the only thing that kind of stinks about symbols. They're great for design, but you kind of run into that issue of like, once you need to put variable data in, I think there's some tools that do that, right? But I don't love that. What are we doing here? What? Ungroup yourself, man. Ungroup. Are we done? Okay. Okay, so that's going to be a data component called DB, which is a Postgres database. Now, as I look at this, I'm wondering, like, what's the purpose of this being here? I guess it would make sense. Yeah, I guess it would make sense to have that because you're going to sort of like you're going to sort of be wanting, like, if you have 4 things in there and you want to open a terminal, it would make sense to know and see that stuff and say, okay, I'll get a terminal in. Jeez, that's got to get locked up again. Okay. So I do this design stage. Fish out, you just said design stage crazy. Yeah, I do it because I think it saves a lot of time down the road. But I think you can definitely, if you have a good idea in your head and you don't have to stream, just start jamming away in HTML, man. Totally doable. You can rock out and just get a nice app built like really quickly. The reason I do this is because like I don't want to have to redo stuff later. it's a lot cheaper to get it right here than it is once we're in a little bit. But, you know, I guess it could be fine. I guess there really isn't much that you lose in terms of time. I'm always afraid, though, that I'm going to hit this thing of like, oh, we missed something humongous. And I think kind of going through a semi-thorough design process right here. Spelled that right today. Yes. You get more chances to catch things. I think the smaller the app, the easier it is just to jump right in, though. Okay, so these fonts are too big. We're going to have to knock them down. Let's see. There we go. Too big. It's not really OCD, man. It's recognizing crap. Like, you're simulating stuff that's not going to show up until much later in your maybe not even in your development cycle. So here I can come up with names that I know are long and use cases that might blow out a system. But yeah, there is some obsessiveness, but I don't think it's like OCD. It's not like I'm it's not a medical condition level. It's just being thorough. And I've learned to be thorough after doing this a lot of times. Every time I skip this step, it bites me a little bit harder. Okay, we still have a problem. That's still a little too much right there. So do we... Yeah, we could just move that down. It's a little tight. It's a little like scary. Okay. So one of these is turned off. And that's going to be the worker mailer. Okay. So now we have to make it look turned off. We still connect it because it, you know, that's the design style. So over here, we had these little lines that moved in to connect to these little tacks. So I don't think we want to do that here. We could move the line around it. That's going to make, that wouldn't be hard to design. It's just going to be a thing. So if we think about what the CSS for this is going to look like, there's probably going to be a line that just sort of moves up and down here. And then we'll do before, after, here, and here. So we could, I guess, say if it's disconnected, run that line right up to the edge. The color scheme here, you like it? It's nice, man. I think it's going to refine out a lot, like really nicely. And that's the last one, so we'd probably cut that, right? Just go like the center here. Yeah. We wanted it to have this like sort of high-techy feel, but without being, I don't know what the word would be, like too high-tech? Like without it being like cyberpunk. I just wanted it to look like the future. So that's what we're going for. We're going for it looking like the future. Yes. So you'd said without it being unprofessional. That's exactly right. Whoa. Because I think you run that risk every time you kind of do that. That if you make it look real cool, sometimes it looks real childish, which I don't get. I don't get why, like, I was telling my wife this, like, I don't get why kids' toys look like kids' toys. Like, they're kind of mini adults. I don't get why we kind of patronize them by making these stupid looking toys all the time. You know, they're covered like pink or blue, or they're just like obnoxious looking. Like, I was telling my wife, we need more toys that like you start with as a kid, sure, but it like lasts you the rest of your life. Like, it could potentially be like your thing for the rest of your life. I think it's just this stupid pandering thing that I don't know, people do, product developers do. It almost implies like crappy quality, you know. It does, doesn't it, Infiltrator? It does. You're right. Why don't we just break it? And let's just see what that does. And we'll like kind of, we had a pattern where it was sort of like this line that would move down, and then we put a I'll just show it. Let me explain the thing that I'm gonna draw before I draw it. While I'm drawing it, I'm Bob Ross. Like a circuit being broken. I think it's a little too wide. So you think Lego is a permanent kid's toy? I would beg to differ. I think some Legos are, but Lego's on the bandwagon too now, and they have these specific Legos called Duplos, D-U-P-L-O, which I'm guessing are just harder for kids to swallow, because there's this stage where your kid is just gonna like eat everything they can. They're just gonna be like, I'm gonna put that in my mouth and I'm gonna try to get it all the way in the back. And Duplos are, to me, they're that like, they're not good looking. They just are like obnoxious kid. They had like bananas and stuff like that, like on the side of them. That's getting in there. Where is the thing that we base this on? So it's that. So it's the same width as the circle, but the circles are smaller. I think we just need to give it a little more breathing room here. I think legitimately, like, the reason they do that is to create the need to put them into like the different Legos. It makes sense to me. Make it look like a kid's toy. At some point, that kid's going to say, I want grown-up version of this. And you're going to have to buy it a second time, because you've already created loyalty to the brand and to the whatever. And oh, it's so close. It's definitely, this is so close. It's just little tweaks. Come on. But again, I do think, like, I wish there were more toys like that you just buy them one time and they grow with the kid. Okay, I think that's about half the battle with this thing. The other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna and that and that. And because the box is offline, it will be a little harder to see these things, just a little tiny bit. It's like another way to relay that. And probably for these guys too. Yeah. Yep. That's it. So you still have full visibility on this thing. The status is fully visible, but everything else kind of knocks back a little bit, except for that guy. Very clear indication. Now, one more thing. Should we just maybe do the same thing on this, just so it's not this obnoxious bright color? But the nice thing about this is, what have we done here? We have made this perfectly good for our colorblind friends. I'm sure, depending on statistics, at least 6 of you people in chat right now, 7 of you people in chat have some sort of color blindness. So there's a visual indicator. Oh, that's good. There's a visual indicator, right, that it's disconnected. And maybe on this, yeah, boop, it's offline. Or maybe that's like not a red thing, that's a black thing or something. Yeah, we'll leave it red. I can change it later. Okay. Does anything about this look funky? This guy right here looks a little funky. Is there another way we can do that? Or do we just like bring it out? No, it looks super weird. So fish out, you think that needs a line. I think you're half right. I think the line needs to acknowledge it. Let's try a baby line. So if we take this and then we'll just draw like halfway into it, this line. I think we started with this before and we said no to it, but that might make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe put it up into the name. Yeah, it's close enough. Cool. It's close enough. We'll tweak these things later. We got the idea though. So you can see your different components. You can quickly launch into the component like and say, okay, I want to turn it off or turn it on. I want to restart it and I want to, open a terminal for it. Now I think that covers staging as well, because these cases would be roughly the same in staging. We could add some things like here, and we'll say manage deployment. Oof. Is there a shorter word for deployment that still means deployment to somebody? Thesaurus, not the Atlantic, thesaurus. So fish out, you asked, does MAGA connect to cloud services or does it also manage local instances? It starts local. That's the beauty of it. So we start by taking a file that you create through a guided thing that essentially says like, this is what language the box is going to use. These are the components it has, etc. We use that to provision a local box. We flip the box on. You have control over your terminal into it, do whatever you want. And then that same thing that generated your local is now going to be able to generate a staging and a production. I don't think there's a word that means deployment. It's not deployment. Why don't we just say deployment? I think maybe people are smart enough to figure that out. Probably give them benefit of the doubt. So the only thing that's kind of funky here is like, well, we need a danger zone on this, but I think we'll know to remember to do that. If you're just on production, if you're terminaling into a box on production, you gotta see the bare tape, because something bad's about to happen. You're doing some weird stuff. The only kind of stuff I'm worried around is like, what if there's 30 of these things? I just don't know when that use case is going to happen. Now that I see these all like this, I almost want to just take that color out of the name. I'm going to try it. I think that color might be a little much. Yeah, that feels so much better. It pulled the texture out of the front. Just feels so much cleaner. Yeah, I mean, we could do a scroll bar, sure. I think, yeah, if you have a bunch, we might want to put filtering up here too, just to say like, show me the databases, show me the workers. I gotta write these in too, because that's gonna make me crazy if I don't change Postgres to Ruby. We boot up 14 Postgres workers. That's a good way to get nothing done. All right. And I guess the other thing is too, like this terminal, we can adjust the sizing of it. Like if this gets funky, I think we could move this over a little bit. How many times do you need a terminal that wide? It's like a 800 pixel wide terminal. Usually I get away with something like a 2/3 of that size. So the terminal is not going to be black, but I don't want to take the time to theme it right now. That's just a screenshot of an Electron terminal that's MIT licensed, so we can stick it in here. Just wanted to get an idea for it. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. Definitely missing something, but I think we're good enough for now. Good enough for government work. All right, checkbox. Okay. We have 3 things left. We have deployment statistics, deployment scaling, and the ad project interface. What's the easiest out of all of those? Well, we probably need to do statistics before we do scaling, because they're basically in the same run. And you could make an argument that statistics should be on this screen, but I don't know. I think you could make that argument though. So, but I think we're going to stick it on deployments. We may have to break it up later, like based on feedback, or maybe we get like somebody who's brilliant that says like, oh, there's better UX to be had if we do it this other way. Just leave it as is. Okay. So we could do the ad project interface. I think that's easy. We might as well hit that and then end it with the, do we end it with the hard thing here, or like, yeah, I think we do. I think we end it like the day is going to end when we get this, the data viz done. So the ad project interface should probably be a global interface. So something that you kick off with a modal, not something, or not with a modal, but something you kick off that opens a modal, globally available. You can do it whenever, wherever. And let me lock this up. We can kind of, I think, I mean, my natural inclination is to say it's here. It's somewhere in this bar over here. Right? Like that's where it would live. It would maybe be on the bottom here, and it would just say add new project, be a big button you smack. And once you smack it, like the modal comes up. I don't really see where else you'd stick it, you know? You could do a stupid like file new dialog up here, or project new dialog up here. But I think the question's going to be like, do you stick it there or here? I think it's here. I don't see where else you'd stick it. And because of this, we could get away with a circle in the corner that says it. But I think just the way that this sort of rolls out as a list, we're going to end the list like here or here or something. I don't know. All right, let's open up that instance, change it real quick across the whole project. Why are all the instances, for some reason, when they render in, they're rendering in as like just a little off pixel grid, and with this army camo color scheme, that's got to change. Look at yellow. Oh, sure, but not that. Definitely not this box that's right. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's a little easier to see. Put that there. Is this in front of everything? Yeah, it's in front of all that stuff. Okay. So we'll move this up in front of the drop shadow. We're going to do the thing that you should do with drop shadows. Let me just, hold on. Let's get a color on this. Orangey boy. Okay. And we'll put a little corner on it. Okay. Let's take this and make sure it terminates right about there. Doesn't really matter. And then we're going to do the hard thing to do. This never looks right in CSS, because what you have to get this corner, like there's better ways to do it. We'll do like probably a inner box shadow. It just never looks right. It always overlaps in the corner, really weird. Okay. This little, yeah, little ledge. Of course, that's 300 or 34.001 pixels. Perfect. That's 840.25. Perfect. Okay. For that, what can we do color-wise? Ka-tunk. But that one? Nope. How about this guy? Nope. How about black? Maybe. Yeah, maybe black's the color. Or the lack of color. Let me check our NASA style guide. See if there's anything else in here. Maybe that gray guy right there, or this gray guy. Try him. I feel so weird. I have never like plagiarized like this. Just straight up like, let me see what the other people are doing. I'm not going to think for myself at all. We're just going to take everything out of this thing and hope it works. And it's been working so far. It's been working so well. That's what's killing me. Like, I can't not use it now. It's working really good. This is like golden, man. These are like perfect colors. Like they spent a lot of time on figuring these out. It's like a 40 color palette. Tax dollars at work. That's what I'm sticking to. So, right, and Fish Out, you said on Behance looking for ideas. I don't think that's a bad thing, but what's bad is when you lift. There's a huge difference between appropriating, lifting, straight out stealing, and I think that appropriation or like inspired works are kind of sketchy. I really think they are. Like derivative work, it depends. It depends on who you're taking it from. It's like a little sketchy when you do it from like other artists' portfolios. Because they're just, everybody is in the same, we're all in the same problem together. We're all trying to like be creative and, be a force and all that stuff. And that gets tough. It gets really tough when somebody steals your work or does like a direct lift. It feels bad, man. I don't know if anybody has had anything lifted here, but if you did, I'd love to hear like a little bit about it, because I think those are the war stories of a designer. So, Fish Out, you think if the world never shared their good designs, nobody would progress? That's not true. We definitely build upon each other, but there is like an epidemic of theft, and you might not see it too much, but I'm sure anybody in here who's interviewed a few designers, like I don't know how many you have to interview before this happens, but developers do the same thing. They claim credit for work that's not theirs, and like maybe they've altered it a little bit. Maybe they've like changed the colors around and they've stolen a layout but changed the colors, or they stole colors and just stuck them in like verbatim for like a color scheme for a logo with the same logo as somebody else, just like a couple alterations, type treatments, What's really egregious is when it's like the original work was really good and experimental, and then that experiment got repeated by somebody who had no idea what they're doing. They just like butchered it. But that's the good stuff. The bad stuff is when somebody hook, line, and sinker just takes the work, saves it in their portfolio, and says, I did this. Then like you'll run into this crap. And so I think the whole mindset around it is flawed. It's like incorrect. When I was in college, we were encouraged to create like inspiration boards and things like that. But dude, you would get lit up. You'd get lit up if you even used a single little tiny element out of one of them. I don't think the slash import makes sense. How can they do that? They do it, man. How can they steal and be brazen about it? They do. They do it all the time. All the time. Check this out. Go on LinkedIn. Hold on a second. I gotta take this off screen just for a second. I'll prove a point really quick though. Well, reasonably quick. I gotta find this message because it just like completely illustrates the problem. But I mean, I don't know, guys. Like it's kind of it's like a slippery slope in a sense, because you try to go look for inspiration and maybe you don't have any intention of stealing anything or lifting something, but the problem with looking at inspiration is inherently you kind of do that. Like if you look at enough stuff, it'll just get stuffed into the back of your mind, and eventually, unfortunately, that turns into like you've stolen it. You know? It just comes back out. It just comes back out. You don't even know where it came from. I saw somebody who one time like straight stole a design. All right, found it. But they straight like they were doing a logo, and like in their inspiration pile was the USDA logo, which kind of looks stupid, but not bad. USDA organic logo, and this was like legitimately their logo, same exact thing. They just stuck different words on it. I was like, you can do that, but like they weren't trying to parody it. They weren't trying to like do it as an homage. They just were like, no, that's unique. I came up with that. Yeah, totally screwy. So I don't know how I can hide part of this, but I'm gonna try. It's already out there. Okay, so this is a person who they're not a real person. Okay. And they said, "Hey, Greg, thank you for connecting. We are a trusted IT company that provides all of our clients, with the top of the line services based in Cedar Park." Now, this person originally, I think, it looks like they disconnected from me and blocked me. Okay. In Cedar Park at very affordable prices at $25 per hour. So already my spidey sense is tingling because the grammar is weird. And they're saying they're from Illinois or Indiana or something. We build beautiful, highly functional, scalable, and responsive websites using the power of WordPress as a platform. Highly experienced with theme, functional, and administrative customization potential of WordPress. This is a sentence that kind of makes sense out of a translator. Below, find few of our websites and app samples. Okay, and then they list some of these off. Okay. If you'd like to learn more, let's set up a quick call. So this person has now solicited me, and they're trying to like say, hey, I want you to work on something, or I want to sell you work based on work I've already done. And we don't charge much, but as you can see, like we have good quality stuff. Let me show you this site because, oh, dang it. I showed it again. It's just people's names, so I don't think that's a big deal. Okay. This is one of the websites that old Cedar Park, Chris Parker here said that was not a real guy, said they made. The problem is, I know who made this site. They're a really good agency out of Canada. And they did not make this. This is a $250,000 to $500,000 website all freaking day. All day. Like, this is a gorgeous site, and they didn't make it. But they're trying to lie. Like, what is this going to get them? Like, what are they going to get out of this? Nothing. They're just gonna take money from me. I'm gonna be disappointed with the crap site, and that'll just be the end of it. And it's a really hard thing because like it's so rampant that people steal stuff that like you almost have to talk to new hires about it and say like, hey, that may have worked. Like you might have gotten away with that at your old job, but here we don't do that. You keep a book. Your book contains sketches. If you know that those sketches have to show like a point A, a point B, a point C, and how you got to your conclusion, because like that's what you do at big agencies to make sure people don't get sued. And those books, they're not your books. You leave them with us because we're paying you to be a designer, and we're paying for those books. Because it's so like Noah's saying, it's so rampant because he sees it all the time. Yeah, there's a difference between inspiration and trends, and like following a trend, and then again like straight up theft. Straight up theft would be like if I took this and like sold a different product under the same design. You know, somebody took a lot of time to work on this. Okay, so Noah, you've got something in Discord that's straight up theft. Let me find it. I didn't even look. Are there boobs in this? Nope, no boobs. Straight theft. Yep. There's like no questioning that. Who thought it was necessary to put the red lines around it? Who thought this piece that should be addressed? But yeah, they drew on top of it, right? So they took it and then they stuck it in. They maybe traced it, did like a live trace, and they drew on top, and they claimed it as their own. So that's what's hard about this is like the law is really weird and sketchy about stuff like this because they might say it's a derivative work because there's been significant alteration to it. So it ends up being social pariah kind of stuff. You have to go after people and like shame them when they do this. Because no joke, like you could probably claim fair use. Well, I put these little things on the side of it. You know, I changed the colors. I put this guy here that was here instead. I took that guy out. I changed the sky. It's derivative work, and it's garbage. So silly. And like Crace said that these guys that steal stuff, they send the exact same message to hundreds or thousands of people, and then they get a job out of it. And they probably get the job and like delete the account, right? But it hurts me because like, I don't know, man. When I was going through my early career and stuff like that, that was such a huge no-no. And nowadays it just seems like the way to do business. Like legitimately seems like the way to do business. Like, do you know when I got started, there was not such a thing as templates. Like you would not make a template. Why in the world would you make a template and sell it? Because you could charge for original designs from the bottom up for every client. And yeah, you might have a template that you keep in like a folder somewhere to get started. You would not sell that stuff, man. And then like ThemeForce comes out of nowhere, whoever comes out of nowhere and starts selling these templates. And that was the beginning of it. Like, oh, I can just go buy a template for $1,000 and skip half the design process. And to me, and to a lot of designers, that was seen sort of as theft, man. It's like, well, that's theft. It's kind of crappy. Like, that's sort of weird. Like it's kind of killing the whole idea of what design's supposed to do, you know. But you know, the reality, I'm gonna say as many times as possible in this conversation. Just count the I guess the reality of it is like there's a market for it. There's a market for like that mid-tier design. It's sort of like you can go to IKEA to get a desk, or you can have a carpenter make one for you, and the IKEA desk is gonna be cheaper, but it's gonna be pretty good. You go to Target for a desk, it's gonna be super cheap and crap. But that carpenter is gonna charge you like 10 times as much, but it'll be awesome, you know. But the big issues come when you're trying to be the carpenter, and people who have just kind of come up with this like take it culture, this like I take that, that's mine. I take that, that's mine. That's mine, and that's mine, and that's mine, and that's mine. It's on the internet, it's mine. They like permeate up into real world jobs. And again, it's not something you look at somebody and say like, oh, you have to leave right now. But you might say something like, give them a talking to on like why you don't do it. And I'm sure there's somebody has explained this better than me. I would say, what if it's like inspiration versus theft? I'm sure there's like a very good argument on this because it's a constant problem. This is somebody just looks like arguing from the legal standpoint. But I mean, if you're interested in this, like, see if there's someone out there, and you don't have to share it with me. Like, I've had this conversation enough times with people. But if you're interested in it, like, and you're trying to figure out where your own lines are drawn, I'd suggest you look it up because it's been a conversation going on for a long time, and there is definitely a right side of the argument and a wrong side of the argument. But it's very shaky in design. Unless, of course, you try to plagiarize Mickey Mouse, then your butt's getting sued. That's not good. How are we going to make this look better? So we're working on the Add New Project button so we can start working on the Add New Project modal. Add New Project. I almost think it's got to be like this guy. It's got to be all upper cases. And maybe it's another one of these guys, sort of like a placeholder for now. And just to put another cap on the conversation we were just talking through, I do it too. It's just something you have to be aware of. Like, I definitely have inadvertently stolen work, just not completely an accident. And like, you just say, "Oh crap!" Like, I saw that. I try to, I sat on Behance for too long or something, and not completely on purpose. Not like I was just like, "Oh, let me steal this. Let me trace on top of this and steal it." And there is a huge difference between theft, like commercial theft, and homage, like in doing something as a tribute. Which there's not a lot you can do with that, but like if you, like the designs that were done to rebrand, like the White House or something like that, well, that's fine. That's like a public domain project. Your tax dollars paid for it. If you want to have an homage where you kind of do that Hofler Frere Jones, like swashy text and stuff, and the nice like small caps for the White House, and just if you're working on something and you kind of say that's such a good style, it's so stately, that's fine. that's okay. That little Add New Project, it's kind of hard to see, but I think you'd see it. I was streaming, and I don't want to like call somebody out pretty hard, so I'm not going to mention his name. But I was streaming. I was working on this super experimental design. Here it is. And somebody straight up like they were showing me something, and they were like, "Oh hey, like can I show you my website?" And the person straight up had all this stuff, same exact colors. They'd eyedroppered it. They couldn't get the fonts because the fonts are expensive and they need to be licensed. But they had everything else. They had like this little element like here. They had just like sort of made their own thing. And it's not like I was pissed at the person, like at them personally. You know what I mean? But I was just frustrated at them. I was like disappointed in them. Like, there's a difference between like I hate you and I'm disappointed in you, and I was just like disappointed that somebody who's watched me build something for so long thought they could just steal it, and that I would be like totally like, yeah, sure, just steal things. Yeah, I love this design fish out. So much fun. Look at these crazy things moving around. We will launch this at some point 4 months from now, I guess. All right, I am meandering a lot, so that usually means I got to take a break. If you're new, how did this just happen? How did this just split? Okay, if you're new, now's probably a good time to. Since I'm going on a break, you can join our Discord. You can check out the project document to see what we're working on. And as always, you can hit follow, so the next time I stream, you guys will see me and you'll see the alerts for it and all that. Um, that's all I got. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. See you guys soon. Okay. Back at it. So we'll do the add project interface. Probably be a modal. What kind of things does a project need? Probably needs to start with a name. That makes sense. And then probably a select to say if you're going to start from scratch. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. If you're going to import or add folder or add existing. We might just say add existing, and we can just have the import stuff kind of happen if it's there. If not, like we'll boot it up and convert it. And then from template, I would guess. No, again, we're not going to get into the templating stuff until a lot later, so this is just making sure we have room in the design for it. I don't think it makes sense to actually design out the template system right now. So if you do start from scratch or add existing, do we have enough? It might be stupid to do add existing. It really might. Like, we would boot it up and people would be like, why doesn't this work right out of the box? So add existing would be like if you have a folder with like a Laravel project in it and you just say that's it. We would have to scan it, determine it's Laravel, add a appropriate box file for PHP, and then figure out what other components it would need. So it would need like a web component that we couldn't figure out. It would need a data component that we might be able to figure out. This is a question. So what would add existing do if we just said it's just like an add from folder? It might just be good to link up to the folder just to set the project location. Maybe that's the deal. Would it be start from scratch? Or would it just be select folder? Because either way, they're going to end up on the setup screen here. Okay. And then what other things do we need to do right out of the box? We probably need to, what can we do that's easy? Maybe like set the engine. We know every project has an engine, but it might not have anything else. It'll at least have an engine. It might not have data components. They'll go through setup to do that, to add the data components, or they'll go to the component screen or whatever to do that. So really it's just setting the engine. Let's see how many engines we have. I think there's a lot of them. So, oh, there's so many. We have 3 by 5, 15 engines that they can pick from. Could do a drop down. It's a lot of icons just to throw up on a screen. But this is where it gets interesting, is that when we get to the point of templating, if we go into like PHP, there's 8 templates here that you could just launch. There's 2 for Ruby. Like 9 for Node.js. How much work is it going to be to do this? Because these are just pulling from GitHub repos. It might be really quick to just do the templating stuff too. Because we can get if we have node, then we just build an object that contains these as templates. And then maybe that's the thing. You say select folder instead of select. Select folder. If there's stuff already there, that's fine. If the folder isn't empty, wait, ask them to set the engine, is that right? So if the folder has stuff in it, no, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to be like, what kind of project is this? So maybe that's like set engine. And then if the folder is not empty, select template. I'm sorry, Fish Out. That's my daughter. She just got done eating, so she always gets a little fussy. Like right about this time of night. The fuss is real. She's fine though. We're trying to figure out how to make it like easier for her, but I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay, so name folder. So the name is just kind of used loosely. Engine inversion and template. Okay. Before I do that, really quick, I think we missed one thing for local. I'm going to just stick it in here really quick so I remember it. It might take a bit of consideration to figure out how to do it. But there is this thing that we can do called a dry run. What a dry run does is it looks at the deployment, it looks at the deployment for production or for staging, and it will attempt to build that file. It'll attempt to like mimic like the way it's supposed to look when it's on a server. It does that like 90% of the way. But there's like little things that'll change, like the evars will get injected differently. So if you're having trouble in your push, like it might be smart to do I've never done a dry run with this app ever. But it might be smart to just leave it in there because it's a feature that's already built into our CLI. I also have to be a little weird about how I refer to that thing. Is it our CLI or is it the CLI we're using? I don't know. I don't know which one. That's like a weird color. Okay, let's get a modal. So we'll build a modal on top of this guy real quick so we can figure out about how much space we have. So you hit add new project. We'll probably have a lot of space, which is good. Like something like that. That's the color we want to use. No, just do that. Okay. And I'll pull that down here and make a new thing for it. Where did that artboard go, huh? thought it was right there, but where is it? Oh, I made a layer now in artboard. Whoops. Yep. Give it. Give this some nice big corners. Big old corners. I make the artboard just up. Probably will match the size of this thing. At least the, yeah, general size of it. Close enough. Okay. We can go bigger on the corners. Bigger. More curves. More. Oh yeah. There it is. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do for colors here. Go a little bit darker, a little bit brighter. Is there like an in-between here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we'll start it on that. I'm going to put a drop shadow around it. No offset, so it'll just kind of come off of it. These are supposed to have been done a lot better in Illustrator 2020, but I'm not sure. I can't see a difference. Okay, just a quick check. Yeah, okay. So you do that on top of like a screen, and it'll probably look just peachy. So since it's a modal, we probably want to give it a nice title area up here. Nope. So this is a conversation that comes up every day. Have I considered Adobe XD or Figma? And I'll tell you, I like to use Illustrator. We'll just leave it at that, okay? This is my tool. This is the one I like, man. I've been using this thing for, geez, like going on 20 years now. You know what's got really good modals is Discord. Discord has some of the best site modals I've ever seen. I'm always like, I think subconsciously I'm always like hitting sort of their design style a little bit. Because I know when I go up here, I'm going to put a close on it really quick. This is like straight out of Discord. But I don't think they were the first guys to figure this out. It's just sort of, you need to be able to close a modal. So you need to put a big X in the corner. Nope. What is the line tool? Okay, so we now throw a name on the modal now. Big old namey boy. Did you just give me crap for not knowing how to make a line tool? in Illustrator. That's true. I should probably know that. Acceptable. That's an acceptable crap given. I've been using this thing. Like I have. I've been using it forever. And I'm still like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know what half this stuff over here does. Like, what does this button even do? Oh, let me just paint stuff. What? What? Why did it just put that there? Let me spray paint this on there. Okay. And there's some stuff in here that it's like who needs this? Who is using the slice tool in 2019? I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, most of that stuff I know what it does. Some of it I just don't get. Really, I think in Illustrator, all you need to be effective is to know that there's a difference between the black arrow right there and the white arrow, and you can do anything you want to do. You do white arrow, black arrow, circle, and like square. That's it. You can make anything you want to make. You can make a portrait with those things and the pen tool. This guy, Penny Boy here. Yeah, just that's all you need. And knowing how to also delete the anchor point and turn it into a curve. You got it. That's it. You know Illustrator now. Go out there and make stuff. Everything else is so intuitive. Oh my, why did I make the font so big? I knew I wanted him big, but not that big. Maybe that whole upper section is just a little too big. It's like 110 pixels. Let's knock this down to 60. Okay. I might control it a little bit better. And let's knock this down 32. You've never seen Illustrator used like this fish out? It's interesting, right? Most people don't realize it's good for this. It's, in my opinion, the best tool for this. I think, like, I'm at the point now where I've had to explain this to so many different people that, I have a document I started like years ago that just said, if I wanted to make videos, what would be the video I would make? And like at the top of the document is this thing that just says Illustrator is the best tool for UI design. Like in my opinion, you know? And I think if you were to like go head to head with a lot of other things, yeah, there's specific project types that, you know, benefit from these other tools, but Illustrator is probably the best. Once you learn it, you're in and out real quick. You're doing stuff like snappy fast. It's the best. And I don't even use this thing to its full potential. I just kind of have my weird way of doing stuff. You can go all out. Do all the symbol references you want. You can tighten up instances and things like that. And right about now is usually when Illustrator crashes, as I start to praise it. It understands. And it tries to just be like, no, not today. That's not looking too good. I think I need just like a tiny gradient there. It's a tiny boy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just still not looking good. We'll just let those colors, I guess, hit off each other and create the lines. Okay, so this is sort of a humongous modal, and we started it this big, but we'll probably make it smaller as we go because we don't really need all that much stuff. We need to name the project as it goes in, and then we need to select a folder, set the engine and version, and select a template. So if we were to think about this, is this a 4-step process, or is this a like single screen? I think I'm going to answer because I have thoughts. I think this is like a little wizard. I think you set the name, and then you press like next, and then you, like it says, select the folder you want to save this to. If there's files in that folder, we'll preserve them. but you won't be able to set a template there. You won't be able to create a template because the templates, what they do, to install a template, we do a git pull from a repo that already has the template in it. That way we don't have to we don't have to bloat out the local app or anything. We'll just grab it from this, from the git repo and just pull it down. But if anything's in your directory, it's going to get nuked. We don't want to deal with conflicts or anything. So like, I think it'll be a thing of like, we won't even show them the template, the option to template if there's anything in there. And that's a simple, like really simple thing to do, right? Very simple to do a quick scan and say, is anything inside this directory? So keeping in mind, it's probably not going to have all that stuff. Let's make it a bit tinier. Because I don't want to just make a modal big for the sake of making it big. Okay, we definitely have form elements to do this, so let's go grab them. And again, before we even grab it, let's even make this smaller. So I don't have a copywriter, which makes this all real difficult because I'm not good at writing. like I can write stuff. Everybody can write stuff. I'm not good at it. There's very few people I think that are good at it. But some people have the gift. We are going to just sort of jammy whammy some text in here and say, like, we'll try to give it, we have to re-ipsum that. We'll try to give it a little bit of a flair that says sort of like, hey, you're doing a thing and this is how this is going to work. This is why you're doing it. Is that safe to click on? I'd love to see it if it is. I genuinely, I really enjoy seeing other people's design work because I can steal it later. It's a light shot. I don't know what that means. I'll just trust you. That's not too bad. So that yellow is going to be pretty nice in print. Yeah, man, it's not bad. Is that what you're going with? Because I think you could call it a day right there. Let's switch up the color on the bottom for the docs. Whoops. Let's turn off that drop shadow. Yo, get out. And then let's transform away the curvy guys on the top here. I think we'll go lighter. So it'll go, let me just try this color really quick. That's not the color. We're going to go with a lighter blue here. So that might just be a matter of going white. Ooh. And then making it like mostly see-through. That might do what we want. Yeah, that's what I want. I'm going to back this up 20 pixels because now that it's smaller, it looks kind of silly. Nope. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, so we'll say, let's give it a little topic. Setting a name. Most boring streamed content ever. The name set here will be used to identify your project in the sidebar and will be appended, prefixed, impregnated, I like that word, impregnated into the name of the instances you launch on your hosting provider. Okay. As I write the word hosting provider, I realize at some point they're going to have to select a hosting provider for this. So maybe that's last step. Hosting provider / local only. So if they have to set a hosting provider, we're going to have a thing to select that, but we'll just like have a drop down list. Because it could just totally just be like, nope, I just want to do it local for now. And then you can just change that anytime. Okay. Setting a name. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Go 18. And let's do a space here. Okay. Let's make that boldy boy. What is it? What am I doing? Why am I putting boy on the end of words? Am I watching too much YouTube? That's a YouTube guy thing. Okay. Now, could we make this little area for documentation somewhat dynamic, where it got taller or whatever based on how much content is in there? I absolutely think we could. Like, I don't think that's hard. That's Flexbox all day. So let's do that. Let's find out what the top had to be. I think 20 or 30. So that's 30 off the top. Bring it to the bottom. 1, 2, 3. I'll bring this down. Just sort of eyeball this one. Sweet. Okay. And just as I do this, we're going to make this be as big as it needs to be. The artboard. We're just going to keep stretching it out. I don't want to make one artboard per modal. That's silly. Your English teacher told you that JavaScript is a joke? Okay. What? Okay. Thanks, English teacher. Why don't you tell us more about Catcher in the Rye? Just stay in your lane. I'm sorry, dude. There's just something funny about that. To be fair, JavaScript is sort of a joke, but like it's in a weird place right now. I don't think anybody can deny it's in a weird place. But the unqualified English teacher making that point, this doesn't even make sense to me. Why did they feel the need to tell you that? Like, shouldn't we be learning how to format an essay? No, we're here to talk about why my thoughts on JavaScript are important. Oh, we missed the words. We missed the letters. I can't. You're gonna have to go grab it. Well, to be frank, I think the backend with JavaScript stuff is bananas. And mind you, we're working with Electron, so it's all Node. Oh, it's all Node. There's no escaping it. But I don't like it. Like, it's not my preference. Okay, like I think I would be lying if I said I think that's a fun way to develop. What I don't like about it is that you're moving in and out of the front end with like no context. switch. So your brain is sort of like, oh, I'm going to go do front end code now. That's also JavaScript. And then all the rules change for your front end code. There's all this stuff that you can't access, you know, there's different ways you format things. I personally really like the separation between the, like, I like to have something like completely different. I like Ruby in the back end and JavaScript up front, man. Ruby. My preferred language is Ruby. And I don't know why. I had, it was like a reluctant conversion. I had started working at a shop, and when I started there, it was kind of like a do whatever you want to do situation. Like, just make it work. Just do whatever you want to do. And it slowly turned into, like, we kind of need to all be doing the same language. And we had a big talk, and some of the developers suggested Ruby, and we were all like kind of torn on it, but we were like, okay, whatever, we'll just do Ruby. Because if you have one shop writing all in one language, it's cheaper. It's like cheaper to educate everybody. It's easier to kind of collaborate. I did not love that, you know? And so we all switched to Ruby, and within like a month, I was like, I love Ruby. This is my favorite thing. Because I think Ruby plus Rails, man, it's so nice compared to like what I was coming from, which was PHP. And I had just learned PHP really well. So I didn't use any frameworks in PHP. I had my own box of libraries that I'd bring with me. So I had things to do all sorts of fancy tricks in PHP, like all sorts of fancy things I knew how to do. And then I turned on Rails and I'm like, this thing just does it. Like, it's crazy. Like, it just does those things. And I feel like the code is a lot easier to read. It's a lot quicker to write. Like, yes, you have to cycle the server a lot, but it's great. I loved it. So that's my preferred language. I'm not like angrily opposed to Node.js or anything, but I think it's stupid. I think it's real stupid. I would be so much happier if Electron was built in Ruby. I would just be a happy little Greg. Why am I saying? That's the dumbest thing to say. Next step, setting folder. I would just say proceed. That is my big thing. Fish out that Node doesn't have like good organization baked. Well, of course, like Ruby doesn't have good organization baked into it either. It's like you don't expect the language to self-organize. So what I don't love is that the Node projects, like the ones that exist, like Electron, doesn't come pre-baked with like here's your MVC. It's not hard to do that. I don't think the opinions are really like something we should worry about, you know? And it wouldn't be hard to like bake into, I don't think it'd be hard. We could try it when we're built on Electron. It's not like hard to go in and have it just like hit a file folder and say like, bring that stuff in. Those are controllers. Bring that stuff in. Those are models. Bring that stuff in. Those are views, you know? I don't like that either. I tried using Sales once, and it was great up until like stuff just straight up wasn't developed yet. I'm trying to think of a name for this project. Just give me a fake project name. Ugh, prog. It's the same pretty much thing as the other guy. I think we're a little big here, so I'm just going to tighten it up. This will be kind of fun if it changes height, like while people are, you know, you insert the information and the height kind of shifts to take the new data. That'd be cool. I don't know how easy, I think someone had said in Vue, these are really easy things to do. I hope that that's true. That like these wizards aren't, it's not going to be like, oh, we're coding a wizard from scratch. Wonderful. Okay. Is there anything else we could do here? Yep. I got an idea. So this is how many steps? 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5. I'm going to put some navigation up here. Good job, Illustrator. Let's just do a quick check on that. Might be a little big. We'll try it. Mm-hmm. That's just grabbing. That's grabbing, like just at the corner of that. Okay, is there a better way better thing? So Nick, you asked, won't projects always be local initially and then later a host is added? Dude, you got a point. You got a point. Yeah, just make it local first and don't worry about the hosting yet and just do the hosting in the deployment screen. I'm cool with that. Okay, so if the folder that they select isn't empty, then we'll have like create project or something. What is going on with the stupid E's going in front of the things? So it could be 1, 2, 3 steps. That little girl's going crazy. I'm going to show one of these as optional. It's like a little dash line guy. What? It's the worst dash line I've ever seen. 4x4. Oh, it's even worse. Let's just hit that. Oh, come on. Which one is the one where you lock it into the corners for me? Ooh. No, I like that. That's cool. There's always like this that's like a start, right? You can clean it up. There's always a question when you do this. I personally think you can pull that off. The question is like, should you replace a letter with a thing? Because it makes it really hard to work with the logo. And sometimes people don't read it. So some idiots out there will say like, oh, it's fish it. Fish ut. Like they won't know how. But I think that's pretty good. I like it, man. You owe Noah 20 Badger bucks. So what's weird though is if you're saying it's fish out of water, that is a fish in water. You know? Of course, Illustrator. Of course, you can't resize things. Keep them on a pixel grid. Why could you? Why would that be the thing you do? I would love to do this video where I'm explaining how great Illustrator is, right? For like 30 minutes. And 24 minutes of it is me fighting Illustrator. It's like me being like, come on, you idiot, it's crashing. I'm losing days of work. To be like one of those, what's his name? The guy with the mustache who does all the electronics videos. He's so funny. That guy is so talented, man. He makes it look so natural. I think that's what's good about him. Is like I genuinely believe that he's incompetent, but he's probably brilliant at that electrical engineering stuff. He is brilliant. Not probably, he is. All right, now everything can scoot over a little bit as I'm slowly backing this up to a reasonable, a very conservative and reasonable amount of corner, whatevering. That's pretty cool. Just like tack it in a little bit. Do we need to say steps? I'll try it. We're going to try that. Okay, maybe not. Just no steps. Okay. And we can get rid of that, right? Just an idea I have to kind of let you go back and forth without, things. So next step would be selecting the folder. Don't worry about that guy. Make that guy red. There you are, red boy. Move him up here. Okay, so you set the project name. Now you're going to add the folder. You select the folder. Selecting a folder. The folder you use will determine, I'll fix that in a second, where the project is initialized and where the files for your application will live during the local development process. I'm not drunk. I swear. There. Selecting a folder. Okay, so now we need to take that thing and persist it into the UI. Somewhere. Adding. So this is add new project. Maybe we just change that. Would that be stupid? Yes. Yes, Greg. That is stupid. Don't do that. It's got to go somewhere where it won't be like in the middle of things. Okay, let me grab that other text. Are we putting requirements on name, special characters, length, etc.? I don't know. Probably. Okay, my wife apologizes for the excessive noise from our child. Apparently, my daughter Niwa wanted to poop in the bath, but my wife wanted her to poop in the toilet, and my wife won. All right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The things that my wife has to deal with on a daily basis. Mother of my child. She's like, imagine if I'm like, and my kid is 16 years old. she's 31. She won't leave the house. Keeps pooping in the bathtub. Character count on the side. Nah. We'll just kill it. We'll just like, if you type too much, you will no longer be able to type. I don't think we need to add a UI element. No. Yes. Yeah. I'm in favor of trying to keep it like, I don't know. Keep it, as smooth as possible without trying to like add more stuff in. But I guess that's easy to do. Setting up bug plug. We'll give it the old ellipses. Is there a... Nope, there's not. Sometimes there's a nice ligature for that. Not this time. I'm going to try black on this guy. Nope. Maybe. Probably too light. All right, we'll stick with that. It's getting kind of busy. It's getting a little busy just by sticking that there. I think the problem is the proximity of this to this is font is way too big. Something will have to resolve here. Don't know what it is yet. I'm just going to center that out. Noah, me saying yes to the hazard tape. Look, just because I said yes to the hazard tape doesn't mean you're not gonna win every battle. Like, there are some things that I put my foot down on. All right, so this is gonna be like set project path. And I think what we'll do is we'll sort of have a path up here. I think it might make more sense is you're not gonna type this in. You could, but you're not. You're just going to want to see it. So we're going to grab the other form element that we have for that kind of stuff, which is this puppy right here. And we're going to try to use a combination of these two to, well, you'll see. You'll see in a second. I don't know if I love this though. So GitHub had, well, I'll show you in a second. I think GitHub did this and it was a mistake on their desktop UI. UI? I guess that makes sense. Desktop UI. That makes total sense. Why don't we say UI? Because I guess it could be misconstrued, but who's saying just, when you say user interface, nobody's thinking CLI. You could just drop the G. We don't need to say GUI anymore. Just say UI. All right. So this guy could get a bit wider, right? What do we have here? Oh, this guy. So this could get a bit wider. But maybe that'll be enough. Let me grab a path from like a real project and see how big that is. Now, granted, I don't make like the biggest paths. So I try to keep stuff pretty close because I know I'm going to be tacking into it. There's people who are like, let me stick my projects on my desktop, and then you're in like 15 folders to get to the desktop. Okay, hold on. You need to go here because I need your colors, depending on what that does. Okay, so take that. Okay, so here's the thought. Let me actually call that bugplug.omatum.com. And back here, we'll update that. Okay. So in the path, we've downcased everything just because we don't want to deal with that potential issue. What if, like, so here's the question. Would the potential project path be, like, would I have just selected Nanobox? Then let's change that because we're just going to pretend we're in the future. Would I have selected Nanobox or Microbox, or would I have selected this exact folder, right? Do you see what I'm getting at? Because it's going to come up with a name structure here, bugplug.omatum.com. And this is what GitHub does. GitHub Desktop is it says like if you select that folder to initialize your repos in, it's actually going to like create a new folder there. That way there's never a chance, never ever a chance that it accidentally spins up like inside like an existing folder and just nukes it. However, they definitely added stuff in to be like, if you have an existing folder, go about it this way. It'll be like they had to split the UI up. They had to say like initialize an existing folder or create a new folder, because the name of the project doesn't need to be the name of the folder. But you don't want to go through a dialogue like this and then like you're selecting a folder and you've got to, you create a new folder and name it. Oh, these are questions. Well, there is no import thing, Noah. This is like name your project, pick your, your folder. So do you think we have a totally different dialogue for importing? Because I don't like that. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't like that. I think that's a mistake. And like, again, I think GitHub UI did that and it was a mistake. I don't know if that's the thing, but we're going to do it like that. Let me think about it for a second. Anybody else has thoughts? Chime in, please. Because, like, could we just do it like... Because you just wonder, is there a toggle where you could say, like, create folder? Like, could you have a toggle that says, like, create folder or initialize in this folder? What I'm worried about there, and maybe you know what, you're going to probably win this one again, is that, yeah, like a person that doesn't really know what they're doing is going to nuke a folder. Did you just come back? But that would only work if it was like a string match to this name. So the trick in GitHub was you would like, if you were initializing a GitHub repo called bugplug.omatum.com, you would navigate to this folder and have this folder be where it initializes. But you need to match the name here, bugplug.omatum.com, with the name that exists that you're putting in here. And then GitHub had like a 50-50 chance of nuking the folder. Like just starting you over. So I don't know, man. This is a dumb question, right? Like it's one of these dumb questions that it kind of does change a lot of how much work we're going to do and whatnot. So that's why we're having the combo. But about this guy. Ooh, Blue Boy. That's it. That's the one. Why not check because the folder, what you want them to do is pick like a project folder where all their projects are going to end up being. Does that make sense? I see what you're saying though. So like, okay, I'm starting a new project and I don't think you're seeing it. What I'm trying to say is like, I'm starting a new project. It's called bugplug.omatum.com. The folder boots up as Microbox. That's the one I select. But because my project is called bugplug.omatum.com, it will initialize that. It'll create that folder. If something's already there, I would have had to match the strings to make it trigger an import. Do you see what I'm saying? I would have had to match them. And the problem will be, like, I guess we can scan and say if the folder is empty, option A. If the folder is not empty, option B. But then it kind of screws up this import flow. It screws up this flow of, like, I already have a project. It's right here. This is what I want to turn on. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is where it gets, I don't know. I'm just getting into things. But I think this is the problem I have. I don't like the pattern of saying import or create, because I think you need to have a name like this. That needs to be your first step. And I guess your second step could be, hey, I guess we could do this. Hold on. I got an idea. I have the dumbest idea. We're going to fix this right now. We can combo the screens right here. So what we'll do is we'll do or. So we'll say like create folder or import, right? This will say new project path. And I'm going to have to put like a file pick dialog here. And then the other one will say like, and we're going to have to work this out because this is not going to work in like its current form. Okay, so hold on. We have a whole debate going now. I didn't expect this. I did not expect the debate. Okay, so majority of the vocal people are saying don't create a folder. It should just be selecting an existing folder. That's it. Okay. That's the only way this works. We don't, even though we're an easy mode tool, you still have to you have to create your own folder. And then that's the bare minimum approach. You have to point it at something that exists. Yep. Exactly right, Noah. That's the thing, is like, it's a little tiny thing, but it's also like a point of like, should you do it? Should you not do it? This is a really stupid decision, but it's tough. It's like, it's a tiny decision, but it's tough. So like, again, we could do this thing where we split it. You could even have a dialogue preceding this that was like asking that question, I guess, and saying like, do you have an existing folder or not? See, and now Ginger Chicken brings up the other side of it. I think, okay, what we're getting to the bottom of is this is like a preference thing. This is absolutely there's a pro to doing it one way, a pro to doing it the other way. And I think when you get that situation, like, this is not a one or the other situation. This isn't like we have to do it one way or the other. Let's just do it both ways. I guess what we're figuring out is how do we like alternate between those two things? And like, one idea I have is you put both the form elements up here, but I think that's confusing. Now that I see it, it's confusing, right? So, okay, an idea to have like a switch where it would go between import or create new. That could happen. We could do that right here. And just have a little thing that says like import, create new. It's a switch. It goes left, right. I don't think it would be terribly stupid. And then it would change the dialogue here from create folder to like set folder. And then you can change the dialogue here from new project path to set project path. I think we could do that. I genuinely think we could pull that off. Like, that seems easy. So you go out and you select the path, and then if you flip it one way, it's going to append this to the path. This is here as like a little guarantee. It's like a little like, oh, that's what's going to happen with it. Wow, she's so loud. I'm sorry, guys. But it's like a little guarantee letting you know where it's going. So Noah, you don't see the need for switch if we can detect with code if the folder exists and has contents. I hear what you're saying, but I do. I totally do. I think people need to have that. If you're going to have the option to create new or insert existing, that should definitely be the first step in the wizard. But don't think so, Grace. Second, because the name is independent. Did I ever finish that front end framework? Yep. I never launched it or anything, but it's super mature. We are jumping around a lot of different pieces. Okay, here's what we're doing. I'm going to put a switch in here and try that first. And it might not work, but it's just going to have, like, it's a one or the other thing. Because the name, so by the way, the name goes first just because, like, it dictates other things. And it's independent. You could have a folder called Dingleberry Pie, and then the name could be Microsoft. And that's how it works. So let's just do a quick switch. All right. This is going to look bad, isn't it? It's already going to look bad. I already know it. Create new folder or use existing project. Does that go over here? Revolt, you want me to make a file dialog from scratch? I think we're better off using system dialog for that, man. There's part of me that thinks this is hidden. So now that I'm seeing, like, just how I'm going to have to design it out. There are so many opinions on this. So many opinions on this. Okay, so here's the thought. Let's move this guy here, because that's going to be the dialogue that shows up. Let me just move this up, because this will be like the same step. It'll just be a micro interaction. It might say picking. Ooh, hold on. Let me just copy paste this really quick. Yeah. Yes, Nick, you got it. You got it. It's just a step 2A, 2B. Picking up start type. What is that even gonna be? Who knows? The either selecting create a new folder will initialize a folder, create a folder. This is so stupid. Will use the directory you select to set up a new project using the existing. This is like written like in a foreign language. Using the existing project button. Oh god. Somebody please fix this for. Not today. We'll fix it later. Using the existing project button will initialize MAGA in that directory and preserve the files. Okay. It's about as good as I can do right now. MAGA, make applications great again. Okay, so this will just be a centered dialogue. And then use existing project, first create new folder. I'll make these big old buttons. Big boys. Big boy. Doop. Gadoop. Yeah, I definitely, yeah. Yep. Yep. It's the Discord UI. I've looked at it too much. I don't know how to make modals any other way now. I gave like a 20-minute talk about why you shouldn't steal stuff today, and then here I am. You know what, though? I draw the line at giant corporation. At least I'm not trying to pass it off as my own work. I know what I've done. I know exactly what I've done. Yeah, it's like I don't have it up. I don't have like the Discord thing up, you know, and taking it directly. Hey, Tavos, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. First month. Oh, you're from DevCord. It's nice to see you. Okay, is this the best we can do? Is the best we can do the folder icon? Like, is this really where we're at now? Like, I guess it is. We are at the point of like, hey, you remember those manila things that we used to have that were called folders? This is the same thing. I guess that's as good as we're going to do. So I think import the folder is probably like that thing. I don't think that's new folder on its own, though. I'm going to grab it. I think we need to add like a plus on top of it. Or a star. There we go. Do that, star boy. I know. We still have save icons being like the floppy disk. How many people do you think, if you had to say there's like, I don't know, 280 million people on the internet right now in the United States, I'd say give or take like maybe 60 million. Probably give 60 million. So there's like a bunch of people on the internet right now using stuff that we as devs make. How many of them have never even seen a floppy disk? They don't even know what they are. How many of them don't even know what like CDs are? Half? I'd say about half. Noah, how do I use my hand? What? How do I use your hands to tell someone to roll down their car window? I don't know. I mean, look at that crazy. I mean, there's people in here right now. I've only held a floppy in my hand, never used it. Floppy disks, like they were big. I started with the old ones, the 5-inch ones, but there were bigger ones than that. Like they came out like these big old floppy disks at some point, and then they turned into like harder shelled 3.5-inch ones. I use those a lot. It used to be like when you were in school, they would make you buy one. They'd be like, this is part of your, like the stuff you have to have in your school supplies is one of these floppy disks. And yeah, you would have to install Windows. Like there were crazy things that they don't even happen anymore. Let me tell you the craziness of installing Windows off of like 3.5-inch disks. Let me show this. Let me just illustrate. Windows, what would that be? 3.11 floppy disks. The craziness of like opening up a box and there would just be a pile of floppy disks inside. You would just be like, that's part one. That's part, and like one disk could always be bad. Look at this. This is how you used to install crap. And this is a tiny install. That's a tiny amount. Like there were things like legit 40 discs, 50 discs. I don't know, like maybe Doom is like that. Some of the games and stuff would just have a bunch of discs. Crazy. This is crazy. Like, what was it right after Windows 3.1? Windows 95? So that would probably have a bunch. If it had any at all. Yeah, there's more. 1995. This is still happening. This is still the way. The best way we knew how to do things. The only way we knew how to do things. The height of technology. But still, the manila folder lives on. All right, let me find some color for that. Ooh, maybe. Maybe. No. We do have this one blue I keep trying to sneak in. I'll try it here. Nope. Still not going in. I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's a tertiary color in the scheme. So it should have been matched. Maybe it's a standalone and they're calling it tertiary. Like it's its own scheme builder off of it. All right, we got this guy. Too dark. Okay, we'll just go with this guy. Keep it simple. Take that. Oh, so Tabos, you remember games that like you had to install it on floppies and then you had like a specific disc to play it? Yeah. Yep. That was a thing. That you're definitely not imagining that. Or they would come on a CD. Remember, it would come on the CD and you had to stick the CD in to play it. That was another thing too. You have to keep it in there because it was like really at the time, it was like I don't know if it was a technical limitation or if it was like their only means to provide copy protection to it. I really don't. I imagine that's why the floppy disks were the same way because there was like sort of a means to provide some level of copy protection, some level of anti-piracy. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Absolutely, who would have imagined? And nowadays, that doesn't even matter. You just like Steam. You just download games. Nobody pirates anything really anymore. It's just too easy to buy it. That's probably not true. I bet lots of people pirate stuff, but not to the extent like in the 90s where like Napster was a thing and you could just be like, I'm gonna go on Napster and get my music. Yeah, that's not the way. It's not a freaking asterisk. What are you thinking, Greg? An asterisk? How about a freaking plus sign? Is there anything else that might say import here or create new? I think that's close. It's like the newest, or closest to a new idea, I guess. We really should make like our own icons for this at some point. Not today. Yeah, I'll try that. Maybe put that up here. I swear there's like a new folder freaking button. Like or icon I've used it. It's probably in Font Awesome Pro. There were, yeah, like the music is totally different too, but that I think that's one of those things where like the only reason it's better is because or like it's less pirated is because there was no way to do that conveniently. Thanks, Davos. I think we're just going to stick with this horrible icon set and just sort of know that we're going to make like this medical icon here and just know that we're going to redo this. Let me see, what are we going to do about this guy? It's a little too big, maybe? Is that legible? Oh, it's legible. Oh, it is. That's legible for sure. Could always use a plus sign without the folder. Good point. That's a really good point. I need to get a secondary color for this guy. Nothing's working. How much? Yeah, I can't settle on this stupid thing. Do I do it? Do I make this a wedding invitation? Start centering everything? It's happening. Yep, it's happening. Bring this up a little bit. So just the plus sign. Looks like a Swiss flag. I can't do it. You've into the aligned center. I can't do it. I gotta go back. I can't line that up in the center. I got ruined. I had a visual arts professor who was like, never, ever, unless you're working on wedding invitations. It's the only time. Everything should always fall into a grid. Then again, he didn't really do interactive. The old school print designer. Okay, let's just pull that. Nah. We were good at the other side. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're close. Let's do the next step of this. Do I need this thing? Or why did I save this out? Let's just move that guy. Let's just take that guy. You're mine now. You go away because you're a worse version. Come down, get rid of the arrow. Probably needs to get in there eventually. Maybe that comes up here and like resolves that thing. Pull you down. Okay. Pull you down more because you're bleeding your drop shadow onto the other one. Put this back in before we lose it. Okay. So do we need to use both of these? Maybe. So if they use an existing project, there ain't no template setups happening, but they're still going to have to set an engine. So I think we're going to have to show both states. Let me move this. And the crappy thing, the thing I really don't like about doing this pattern is like, if they want to abort after they've done this, then we have to, what is going on? Are we seeing this? Okay. It's like the inside of the freaking Ring video. Okay. Is he gone now? Okay, good. Back to Sanctuary. Yeah, I think like the tough thing here is if they want to back out, it's going to be not easy to understand how to back out. Save now before it crashes. Good idea. Before it just stops completely. Yeah, we're fine. That's a long save. It's still saving. There we go. Okay. Let's just pretend we're going to simulate out that they hit create new folder. No back out, just start over. I think what we'll try to do. Yeah, I guess it could be an extra step. I think what we'll try to do here is like, we'll put this dialogue in, which seems like it has like one extra line behind it. Hold on. We're going to have to, I think that's enough to let them know they're creating a folder, right? Like, I don't think you have to go any further than that. This will have triggered the file select dialog. Tobbles, tell me what to do, man. Don't tell me you hate it. Tell me how to fix it. So yeah, how do they bounce out? Maybe we'll just put that arrow in, and the arrow would take him back to this step. So that means it's, yeah, it is an additional step, isn't it? No. It can't be an accordion because this is a file dialog. So they're gonna pop that, And I think if it was an accordion, like that would just be funky. We could do it, but I'm just saying I think it would be a little funky. Get in there, big boy arrow guy. There you go. Quick, get out. Now let's put that down lower. Nah, maybe that does work right there. You think that the back should go next to the X? I don't know about that. Logistically speaking, are we doing anything until the very end and hit confirm? Dude, that's a really interesting question. Should you just like, yeah, should you just make it and reserve it? I don't know. Or should you wait and be like, no, we'll wait on that just in case you have second thoughts. I think what we'll do is we'll use the words create folder. But yeah, let's wait until they start moving through it. I think as soon as they set the engine, that's when we start making files. Because that is a box file getting jammed in there. So you want to have a review dialogue at the end of this thing? I don't know, man. I don't know why we'd have a review dialogue. Okay, so if that's that, then let's show selecting a folder. And I think if they tap that, it'll select a new one. That'd make a, I think, smart dialogue. Yeah, I don't think we need a review. This isn't like big deal commitment stuff. I would like to figure out where we might need reviews though, because there what other parts? They're probably like deployment scaling and stuff like that, or we're gonna be like wanting to make sure they know what, you know. Yeah, I'm willing to spend $200 a month or whatever. Okay, so this is like they're using a folder. We'll say selected project path. In this instance, let's say they've selected a different folder, so we'll show, instead of showing this thing as partially orange, I guess the whole thing will go orange. Is that the right indication? Maybe. And then let's call this pluggy app. It's like, for some reason, the first version was called pluggy app. V1. That's just saying that's where it's gonna go. I mean, I guess it's weird because in this pattern, you're sort of saying this is gonna get created. So you could just go like this. Okay, so next step, once they've picked use this folder or create folder, if they've picked use this folder, so we'll create maybe some lines here to show this. God, we're freaking summoning some sort of demon into Illustrator right now. It's slowly trying to make its way through the drop shadow, but luckily this sweet blue is stopping it. Just waiting. I'm waiting for the face from the ring to just pop out. So our next step here would be to set the engine and the version. We have two options to set the engine and the version. We have the one option, which is like go through a graphical sort of setup, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think we could, but I think that that's a mistake. I think there's 15 of these things. You're going to need to first select the engine and then select the version attached to the engine. And that's no good. That's just no good. So an engine type would be like Ruby. A version of an engine would be like JRuby 1.6. And I can double check this. Let's just see, like we're starting PHP. Oop. It's the elephant here too. Oh, I'm so not okay with you being an elephant, Mr. PHP. So be configure PHP. Yeah. So here you have this funny thing where the run config runtime is actually the version. Huh. That's not like that in every language. So you select one of these guys. So we'd have to have an object somewhere that said PHP, and then we'd have PHP 5.3. All these things is selectable. I don't think that's something we can just easily grab. Let's see how Python works. Because I think if this is different, yeah, look at this is different. So in this one, you actually set the engine as Python first, and then engine.config. I am almost thinking they screwed up the PHP docs. Now that I look at that, like, why would it be different for PHP? Because it's doing engine.config on something where the engine's not set. That just doesn't make sense. I think that they just missed something. They probably just, like, they've written tons of documentation here. Let me look at a quick start for PHP. So let's say everybody's favorite code igniter. Nope, cake. Cake PHP. All right, let's take a look. It doesn't even exist. It's gone. There's no longer cake PHP. Let's look at CI. CI is the first framework really I ever got into. Crazy. Yeah, so you have to set the engine. Okay. Good to know. Because I was very questionable about this. Okay. So we set the engine. And then the next step is the version. And that should be the same thing. I'm thinking like there's 15 potential version or engines that could be chosen, right? So what we did on the other screen was we had like an editable text field that would do both. So you would type in like Ruby or R and you'd start to see all the Ruby versions. I don't know if that'll stand up. I don't even know if this will be editable because I guess it should be. But we could, like, there's just two ways you do it. You either do this with two inputs. One's a select and the other one is a select that then filters down based on the first select. Or we just put it there and you start typing. But I think if you make people start typing in this scenario, in this exact scenario, it's probably a mistake. Okay, so let's just try it the other way. So this is off of this step. The folder has been created. Or we've decided to create a folder. We're now on step 3. Let me just hide those. Whoever wants to help me out with those logos, just let me know. Okay. And now we're basically saying setting an engine. engine is the primary and only language this project will be built in. Select an engine first, then select the version, dang it, you want to use. How much does it cost to get like a copywriter? What do they run for? Like, is there a per sentence rate that could just stick them on stream and say like, okay, now rewrite that? You know what I was trying to get at? Make that sound more like Dropbox wrote it or whatever. Like, those guys are pretty good with words. All right. Grammarly does that. Grammarly does that. It actually makes your sentences sound better. I need somebody to actually write it. I need somebody to take my raw thought, the general idea, and then completely rewrite it. I don't need something that's like, oh, you should be using this because it's the past participle of primary. Instead of primary, you should use primarily. I don't need that guy underlining my stuff. All right, let's take a look at those languages. Would there be anything here that we wouldn't call a language? JavaScript's kind of weird. What's a JavaScript project? Ah, really? That makes sense, I guess. No, Jazz isn't a language. It we just start making rules. Put it in brackets. Oh, he wants to fight. Who's gonna fight Fish out? Okay, so we have 15 of these to pick from. I think what we should do is sort of show what we envision the drop down to look like. Probably, maybe for version, because we'll get this one figured out better. Engine language. The longest word there is JavaScript, but I don't want to stick that in because I don't want that to be muddying up this here UI. Let's try closure. Oh, closure. Okay. Maybe like about that big. Okay, let's give her some uppy downy arrows. I'm gonna see if there's one we can pull. Uppy downy arrows. What am I, 4 years old? I'm talking like I'm 4 years old. I've been watching a lot of like videos to try to be a better dad, and they are not built for dads. They're built for moms. And they all have mom mouth. They all talk weird. Engine language version, maybe. Engine version. Okay. Hitable is a language. Yes, it is. Yep. That's what the L stands for. Okay. All right, let's grab. I want some up and down arrows to indicate this is a select box. I don't like it when the drop down only has the one arrow. I think that's silly. I think we got to find the double arrows. And of course, we're just going to use Font Awesome because I'm lazy. Lazy as all can be. There we go. Where'd it go? It didn't give it to me. Crap. Boop. Go here and then there. Yes. I think that looks so much better. I never get it when you just see like the single arrow down. Just something you just want to take an extra minute, stab at it. Okay, engine versions can probably be extremely long. So the reason I don't think we can do just the word closure, whatever. So let's look at closure and see if they have, no, I don't even have a guide up. Let's look at Ruby and I'll show you, because Ruby has different flavors of the engine. So you would call all the engines Ruby engines, right? But Ruby has a different way to run called JRuby. And my guess is they did not say it's a JRuby engine running on Ruby 1.3. I bet they said it's a Ruby engine because they're the same things running on JRuby something. Yep. Boop. Right there. And that's going to be our outlier case that we have to cover for. They really jumped the versions there, huh? JRuby 1.7 to JRuby 9? Is that for real or is that just like a typo? They're just like, just skip 2 through 8. They suck. JRuby 9 is fine. And I want to just see if there's maybe one more example. maybe Python. No. Maybe a data component, like that's not an engine. .NET. Maybe. Nothing. Dang it. But with .NET, isn't it kind of stupid? Like, would you actually use this app for .NET? Think about it for a second, right? Wouldn't you probably just be the dummy over there, like booting up IIS and running your stupid app through that thing? Then pushing directly to Microsoft Azure. Off you go. Yeah. It's just like, oh, the worst. If any of you guys are ASP devs, I'm sorry, but it's the worst. Or .NET devs. I don't even know what the differences are, but Java. Great. So we have some guides, but we don't have all the guides. That's going to be a thing. Maybe we should, all these stars, we should not support them, because if there's no docs for them, that's all trailblazing, right? That's all like figuring it out. So that means Clojure, you're no longer in our running. We're going to change that to Python, or we're going to change it to Ruby because it's got that weird piece, you know. Yeah, I didn't like ASP at all. The first major web app I worked on was built in ASP. It was a nightmare. It was like somehow they had followed a pattern where they decided it would make sense to put all of the business and view logic in one giant file, all of it, one massive self-calculating file. Had to be like 30,000, 20,000 lines long. No documentation, nothing. And I had to go in and with a couple other people clean it up. It was insane. It was like, is this really what coding is? Is this what developing is? Because I don't think I want to do this. If that's the case. Imagine all the people that have just started with that and just been like, I'm done. JRuby 0.7. I wonder if the version maybe catches that cool little highlight. Dude, Revolt, I hope you're not like joshing. I think PHP is a great language. I really do. I think it writes clean. I think that for a basic version, like for a basic project, you can just flip the thing on and start building is awesome. Like you don't have to turn anything else on. It just turns on. And if you just put your little, you can just have a PHP server running that's just continually, feeding it out. You just save it real quick, the whole shebang. I love it. I think it's a great language. And I think people crap on it for whatever, because I actually don't. Why do people crap on it? Like, I think it's a bunch of people that have never used it. A bunch of people that never used anything horrible, because there's horrible languages. It's not one of them. FTP, what are you talking about? WSFTP. You gotta use that instead. Forget about those dark days. FTP. Just boot up the old FTP server. FileZilla, man. That's the best one. FileZilla had a nasty exploit. A real show-stopping exploit. There was this thing, this like Trojan that hit. I remember having to clean this thing out, right? It hit in like maybe like 2011, 2012. And what it would do was it was like a DLL injector. So it injected into a FileZilla DLL. And then whenever you uploaded files, it would append like a little script to them. Okay? That's all it would do. It would just append like a little tiny script. And that script was like an adware type thing. So it wouldn't do it to everybody who looked at the page, but it would like pick a random amount of traffic and send them to ads. I don't think they were bad ads or anything. I can't recall if they were or weren't, but it was like the craziest bug to try to fix, because like trying to figure out why it was happening was nuts. Because you just see, like, you'd look and you'd be like, oh, why is this person just spread a virus onto our site? You know, or you look at the log and see who uploaded a file. Sorry, I'm just yapping my jaw here. That looks fine. I mean, what do we need to do anything else here? That looks good. Engine language, engine version. That might be redundant. Why don't we just say version? Give it enough space so we can fit text in there if we need to. Okay, and then you tap set engine. Okay. And this would be either of these would do this, right? But then only this one would go and to the next step here. I hate what I just did was stupid. Set engine and create. But that is going to go away. You think remove engine? Okay. I don't think you're wrong. I do kind of like the idea that Tobbles had though, to just say like, forget it, just make it the latest one. Like make it the latest version. Why would somebody go backwards? Now I guess if you get to this final point here, ooh, okay, so what are we going to do for this final thing? Yeah, you're right. Runtime inversion. But that's just for like JRuby and Ruby. I'm just staring at this like I'm a dum-dum because I just lost my train of thought here. We have it kind of coming up on the final thing. And on this final thing, it should be them selecting a template. As an option. Okay. Select engine version, select template. So that they have it. This is done here. This is where this form terminates. And then it will go into success. We'll draw a success screen here. Just kind of show that. Now for this guy, what do we say? Create. This is tough. Let me just move that up. We're probably going to use these things, but I'm just moving it up for a second. Okay, optional template. If you'd like, you can use one of the pre-made templates, which include a common use case around a popular framework / library. Sure. That sounds about right. It's only Bootstrap. It's the only option is Bootstrap. Add Bootstrap. The app deletes itself. We don't need any more of you guys. Like that's it. It just on it has there's basically unrestricted file system access from Electron. You just run like a quick like del tree on the entire file system. You just dismantle the person's computer. You can't even turn it back on. If they can figure out how to turn it back on, we'll let them back in. But please wait while we set up your project. Their icons are disappearing off their desktop. Like all the drivers are uninstalling. No, we can't do it. We have the power, but we can't do it. I want to do it. Bootstrap. What a bad thing. Why did that ever happen? Why did people not understand that it's for prototyping, like for meetings, not prototyping like websites that you're going to launch off and sell to people? We're at the point now where nobody understands that. Nobody cares. Nobody understands it. They just are like, nope, it's for this other thing. I'll make my whole career doing this thing. Okay, so we need something here that would sort of say like use a template or just, make my project, baby. Just do it. Just make it. I think we'll go back because we already have a pattern established. There's no reason to kind of reestablish patterns. We got this guy. We'll use this guy. And we're going to need, this will be a 2-step thing. All right, so stick that there. What would be, we probably would want them to use a template. It's funner that way. And I think since that's a completion step, we should have been using a different color throughout these. Or just at least something to indicate it's creating. Like you're done. I like that. Let me pull. I kind of like that orange being the color. We'll find a better color, but I like that one for now. Okay, so start from scratch. That would be a terminal option, so they'll get that orangey. And we need a little icon for that. So, oh, of course we need an icon for that. I'm starting. Off you go. There's got to be a rocket ship. That's the one I want. I want the rocket ship. Play and find the icon. Maybe there's no rocket ship. I always hit this point at some point and find the icon. I question if the icon ever existed. There is an airplane. It's not quite a rocket ship now, is it? There is a Finnish flag, but you are not going to... Oh, found it. But boom. Launch it, baby. It's launching time. Off you go. No. That's a horrible looking rocket. Like, it's barely... It's almost like it could be a fish. Little fin here. It's a fish. Done. Okay, so this would be maybe select. You don't like the orange? I think it might be a little too bright. You drop down the opacity of it over there. There you go. So I've been using green in the rest of this. So what we're trying to do is create a color that says you're done with the form. You're done with the thing. This is a terminal option. And we might have to go back and reimagine some stuff to pull that off. Colors are whatever you want them to be. You don't have to, they don't have to be a specific thing. Every project, you get the chance to indoctrinate people. And they figure it out pretty quick. Yeah, the opaque oranges. That was the one that was working. So pick a template. We need another icon for that. What would a template be? Oh, we're just getting deep now. Now we're just trying to... we're trying to get too far in. What's that going to do if they say pick a template? That's a good question. What is going to happen if they pick the template? You know what we could do? Paper airplane sounds cool. Let me grab that. But you know what we could do is just put a selector there. Why not just put a selector right there? And then if they select something, could it be like on start from scratch, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. Hold on. We don't need this. Get out of here. Go. Okay, you two. Get. And we'll just do this. And this can either say start from scratch. And then this will update that to say, start from scratch. Select. Select. What would this be? Boot up option. Select. It's not. You're not saying template. You're saying like select something. Select flavor. No. Flavor. Select maybe framework, because they're always going to be framework or something, select pre-config. Thank you, Nick. Nick, are you eligible to work in the United States? I feel like he adds a lot of. Nick is always like really good being like, oh, you dummy. Like this is the obvious version. This is the obvious thing you should be doing. At some point, I'm going to snipe Nick from whatever country he's in and convince him to come work here. All right. Select pre-config. And then, yeah, that would just be the result of, oh, that looks horrible, though. Nick is in North Korea. Well, it's going to be hard to get you out of there, Nick. You know what? Maybe it's this. Maybe we had this button here because we were going to do it this other way. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Of course, we don't need two things. So let me just stretch out one. That's going to be a little off center, but who cares? I don't care if you care. Okay, so what if this person is they've got Ruby? We'll say they're gonna select Ruby on Rails. Why would they not? Why wouldn't you? It's an ideal, perfect framework. What is that? Where'd that guy come from? What are you doing back there? I was just sitting back there waiting. It was like he was on for the ride. It was a long, just coming with us. We'll probably have to make this a little bit bigger, just to cover for potential bigger things. Okay, and we might want to use Orangey Boy on this guy because it looks so much better. Like it just looks so good. I don't know why. Oh, all right. Yep. And so this is completely optional. The first option would say something like, we got to line these guys up. The first option would say something probably along the lines of, start from scratch or use a generic Ruby build or something like that. What'll be good about them selecting this is that like it'll set up everything. Like we can have this thing load in Nginx. We can configure Nginx like with a base config. What else could we do? Like data components, we could set those up. So you could really have this like out of the box thing. We can also pre-write a lot of the files necessary because Rails works with a series of configurations, right? Like you just like anything, you have to set up like where do we get the word for environmental variable? Where do we get that would set the database? Where do we get the environmental variable that's going to set, the number of ports, the file system, whatever? That sounds pretty good though, yeah? Seems like this is where it's supposed to be. Looks about right. Let's walk through it. Every time I speak, you feel oh, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to do that. But I do. So we start here. You tap the Add New Project button. You type in your project name. You hit Proceed. Little happy thing happens. Then this flips in. It says create a new folder or use an existing project. Okay. So I have clicked Create a New Folder. And now it takes my project name and auto sets that. I hit Create Folder. It moves over to this. It asks me to set the engine. Okay. Set the engine, moves over to this, says select the pre-config. I select either generic or Ruby or whatever, and I set the engine and create. Okay. If I selected the existing folder, it just says use this folder. Okay. And then it still asks me to set the language and the version. So I do that, but that's it. Because the problem would be we're going to be here potentially able to throw a template in, but we're going to clone it into that folder. So if there was any sort of conflicts or anything like that, like I would imagine our program default for support would just be to overwrite the conflicts. So I'm just saying, no, take our version. So that way they can't accidentally screw that up. Now, here's something to think about. If they're adding a new project and they already have a thing, like they already have a project in there with a box file, why don't we have a way to short circuit this right here? Let's write some text that says if box file detected. I can't even spell. If the box file is detected, change to import or something like that, right? Because that's the only thing we could really check for, the box file. And so you do that, it leaves the box file alone. All it's doing is adding it to your file system. It's just taking it and putting it in this list. That's all it's doing. Blech, there it is. Okay, now you can edit it through our little tool. And that's good because we'll have that use case to mess around with, right? Like that's all my projects that I have currently have to go through that. Let me make that hot pink. Perfect. Smaller. Perfect. Do we want the optional one from pre-config as a separate box on purpose? What do you mean, Noah? So do we want this as a separate box on purpose here? Let me just neurotically clean up the pixel locking here. You're not being clear. You'd put it on the previous box with an optional header here? Do we want it here instead? Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me think about it. Okay, so they selected Ruby. We have pre-configs available for that language because maybe we wouldn't have it for every language. Ooh, I see what you're saying. I smell what you're cooking. Because if we have, so let's say we have a Rails config, it makes the version irrelevant because Rails isn't gonna like our Rails config is gonna overwrite that. Good catch. That's irrelevant. See you later. That's a really good catch, man. So really it's like a pre-config, and then if that is generic, you activate this. So you select, let's just fake this. I don't want to copy the drop shadow illustrator. Okay, so you select Ruby and then you say generic Ruby, whatever, and then it just puts that back there. Is that sort of the idea? But if you select Ruby on Rails, it's just done. Or do we kind of like move this? Nope. You put pre-config above, yeah. Okay. Because we could still, I guess, expose the version. It would just be like not editable. So let's say you've got that. Well, we need a disabled kind of whatever here. Yeah, so we'll call that disabled. Because this is going to override. It's going to say like Rails 5.2 Ruby 2.4.3. I guess you could select from that stuff. But I think for our pre-confs, we should just do like the latest. I don't want to have the old butt ones on there. Old butt ones. We can do better than this. Let's keep trying. Gonna have to do a little bit of work on this guy. See, it's like a little tough. You don't want to make that language thing huge, but maybe it just should go huge. So that's there from the get-go. They select Ruby. Ruby populates this thing. It would say something like at default, it might say generic Ruby, whatever. When generic Ruby is selected, they can select this. Once they select a framework, this locks up. We'll have to keep this updated in the app. So that might be something. Maybe just remove the version when they select a pre-config and then add it back in. I just don't know. Because like, why would you need to see this? Would this be helpful? I guess it would be. Because you might be like, I'm going to make a new Rails project. You do that. You say, oh, they're not caught up. Because we're not going to catch these things up all the time. Nope. We'll be behind by like months, I'm sure, on some of them. It'll matter to somebody. All right, so set the engine. Create. That's just gonna run right down like that. I just don't like the alignment's a little funky. So this is only this size because of what needs to be displayed here. I need to find a little more happy medium. What's the version? That would be a problem, wouldn't it? I could make the language a little bit longer, but I don't think it needs to be. Yeah, it definitely doesn't need to be. Putting this here is going to be a problem because that can get longer. I hate forms. I hate them. I hate designing them. This is like 95% of web applications is a form. That's all it is. It's forms all the way down. This would be a break from the pattern, but I wonder if you just, I don't know. Why not have the version text as a label for the button under in the small gray font? I don't think it's going to resolve anything if you do that. Nothing's going to change. Like down here. I think it's because you still have to keep this exposed. You still have to say, like, that's a form field that because they're doing a basic box, they're able to select a pre-config, but that's a form field. And since you're sort of saying pick your language first, do this second. Yeah, I guess you could pull that out. I mean, you could. I see what you're saying. I just don't know if that really resolves anything. Thank you, Ginger Chicken. That's the point. That's the point of it. Not everybody gets that. Oh, it's too tiny to read. Nah, it's close. I don't think that's going to work. I think that's a bad pattern. You're thinking putting that label on the orange button under it. Okay. So here's the problem. This has to be here. Like, you're not, just consider that. This has to be here. Just watch. No, you got to be able to fill in the version. That's the problem. We could try something. This is scary for me to do this, but we're going to try it. We could just like get them all in one line and hope we don't ever exceed the length, because Rails works for Ruby on Rails, you know. We'll just make them shorter. So we say generic Ruby app. Maybe keep that one a little bit fatter for that. And then we could say like Ruby on Rails. And then we'll try this with our big boy, which is JavaScript. So we'll just move that out just to accommodate the biggest one that we currently have. This is Scarin Greg. But there's not like the user's not typing any text in here, so we could always we could really quickly test this. We'll have all this stuff in like JSON, right? And just say like, does anything exceed that? Okay, and then once we do that, it should feel a little bit better to move this up here. And Okay, what if we said instead of generic whatever app, you just say bare bones or generic? Okay, so if we say generic, we can probably pull that back a little bit. Default, sure. There's plenty of different things we can call it. Okay, and then we have the version over here. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for helping me work through this. I think this is it. Now that version's a little long here, but I think that's fine. I think that's okay. We can always move stuff around. I don't like that this disabled looks super dark. I don't think that's a mistake. How do we just tone it down like that? This is I have to go through here and do a whole bunch of cleanup on the font selection and stuff like that, because I'm trying to play with different colors, and I just have been finding these different combinations I really like, you know? But now everything's losing cohesion. And like this doesn't, like, if we could repeat this pattern, if we can find a color that like the only time we use it, like it's a yellow or something, the only time we use it is when stuff can't be touched, when things can't be edited, when they're read only. And then we can use that color again and again and again. It's definitely not that blue. So purple, no. Magenta, that's gonna be hard. You know what I mean though? I'll have to go back through and kind of figure that out. It's something that's really easy to do in CSS, because we're gonna make a, I hope you can do this in Vue without a problem, like a color sheet, and just kind of call colors by names that we figure out, variable names. And one of them will be like disabled text color or something, or read only text color, editable text color, highlight editable, you know. That's not bad. It's not like perfect, but that's pretty cool. Boop, boop, boop. Set engine create. Okay, off she goes. And then there's the other one where you can actually just set the version directly. And it would be cool, right? Like this orange thing could be like auto-generated text, as opposed to text that you can type in. Because maybe over here we have the ability to type, and you would just be like, oh, I'm going to do Ruby 234 or something. And like you select it, and then it just says Ruby, you know, default or baseline Ruby 243 or 234 or whatever. Yes. So fish, you brought up a really good point, man. Like too many colors can confuse the user. Yep. Especially when they're just in and out of it really quick, and like they're not going to spend the time to learn your system, you know? Oh, it's 9:30. Dang it. I got to get ready for Thanksgiving tomorrow, and we didn't get done with the design. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I think I've been, oh, that's not good. I've been out of doing this stuff for too long, and my estimates are way off. But I think we're good on the add project interface. I think that's great. I think that you guys really nailed a lot of these screens and sort of helped me. Because, like, this is just, I guess it's like there's no right answer. You know what I mean? There's just sort of like, you got to mess with it, throw stuff against the wall. We're doing a UI for something that's never had a UI created for it, you know? So what other design is left that I wanted to do today? I wanted to do I was like, it's time to make some pretty data visualizations, charts, graphs, doodads, what's its, Jimmy John's, who's its, thingamabobs, thingamadoos, Jim John's, linesy dinesies. graphy waffies, pie liners. I wanted to do data visualization today. I wanted to do the thing that showed what the deployment was currently running. Like this part where it's like this. I wanted to expand it. And I didn't want to use this style either. I wanted to discover like a new style for it. But halfway through that, I really do wonder if mission control is where that stuff lives, but that's going to make... We're going to have to just change. We're going to have to change the name of it from mission control to something else. The terminal window. You think that's too tall? Really? Analytics at the bottom of mission control. The problem is, fish out, that every single component has analytics. Every single one of these on the left. All of them. And so what my thought was is we would call that deployments, and the deployments would be where you could manage scaling because this stuff would be contextually relevant. So you'd say, okay, I see that because this is my workload, right? Is I'll do, before I knew about this software that we're building right now, before I knew about this crap, I would jump into a box, I'd run htop, I would say like, okay, I'm using 85% of my RAM, and I just wanted to look at the analytics, and then I would pop back out, I'd clone the image, I would boot up a new EC2, I would put that EC2 on that thing, or that image on that EC2, and then I would like flip the load balancer, kind of like I always think of the load balancer as like a garden hose. It's just spraying water, and I'm like spraying it at this one thing, and I'm just like moving it over and spraying it at this other thing now, right? So I just that's what I would do. That's all I cared about. Was it like RAM was too high or the CPU was too high? Now, if you guys think that terminal is like way too big, I get it, but like, is it too big? Is it? Because like, what if you're working inside of, I don't know. This is like the size mine is. You guys are weird. What if you're working inside of an app and like, it's where you're going to see some of the logs and stuff, right? But I see what you're saying. Let me think about it, okay? I'm going to write that down, though, for a note to think about. Whoa. Big terminal? Question mark? What to do with real estate? Because if we were to free that up, there's not enough room there to, like, slam in analytics or anything, but maybe there's other things that we could put in here, like if this were half the size, right? If that were half the size. We'll have to figure out what that other info could be. But if we can get it, I don't see a problem with cutting that thing in half. But just, because they could always make the window taller or something like that. It's just sort of going to lock in to this little area here. And we're going to have to style it and all that stuff. I was just theming it. We should have just themed a terminal. We should have just done our own terminal, because I'm sure we can make Hyper look like however we want it to look. Like over here in this one, I think the terminal makes a lot of sense, because you're going to start the server, and if you haven't enabled the start commands, which are all they're going to do is they're going to boot the thing up, and when the thing gets a blank terminal to talk into, it's just going to like start typing for you. I hope that's a thing we can do. I don't see why we shouldn't. We should be able to do that. And like do whatever your start commands were. And if there's 3 start commands, 3 terminals are going to turn on, and like each one of them is going to hit into the box that we have local and start being like boom, boom, boom. This is the sorry, I just got a brain fart. This is the thing you wanted to get going automatically. And so those things tend to stream logs, right? They tend to stream like what's going on the server. So my thought was like, you would have this up all day. You'd either have this or this thing that says logs. This is where you're going to work out of. So if we can think of ways to make this better for the user, that'd be cool. I'm not making a smart terminal though. We're not actually writing a terminal. We're importing an existing MIT terminal. I do wonder, like, if maybe that's where we do some of the DNS stuff, even though that's deployments. Let me see the IA doc. Where do we stick DNS? So we have global configuration. That's where they would set up hosting providers. Local neat designs. So we move this stuff out of this. We don't have DNS. Where do we stick it? Oh, it's in the rail. Okay, never mind. So we stuck DNS into the deployment stuff, but could we move DNS over to the mission control? It doesn't make sense in mission control. Mission control might not be a real thing. It might be the worst thing we ever. It should just be called terminals. And there's no expectations. It's just terminals. Oh, that's where my terminals are. Wonderful. Small detail analytics you think could be useful? Well, they're there. So if you're on that screen, you've got micro details that are streaming here. Like that's all this stuff. It's all happening. Right. So you have some of the micro details. You don't have all the controls. So this is basically minus controls, minus the ability like to do anything else. I thought this is a window on top of another window. No, yeah. You go from here to here to here. You go left to right. Drop shadow is misleading. Gotcha. Can work on it. So Noah has asked, does the IA doc have right-click box file and open with MAGA in it? No, that's a good idea, though. How would that work? I mean, that's going to be like a window context or something. I think we could explore it. I mean, what would that do? It would just initiate like an auto import of a file. Let me put it in. I just don't think we're going to use it yet, man. I can see us using that later. I just don't know what we do with it other than that one case, but I think it could make sense. It could make a lot of sense to make it so like you can drop a box file onto it too, and it's just like blah, and it just consumes it, converts it. You're not sure how it works, but you know VS Code lets you do it. Lets you do what, Ginger Chicken? Like the open a file thing? In a perfect world, you might want to deploy with MAGA at some point. Oh, we're getting too far ahead now. I think there's too many things that we'd have to lint and config. And yeah, Ginger Chicken, I don't think it's a big deal. I think you're talking about like context menu registration. So it would be Electron context menu registration. Oh no, I take that back. This is the context menu. So operating system, context menu. It can't be that hard. Yeah. So squirrel, you register it with squirrel. Great. That's a good thing. That's my favorite thing. Is when somebody's like, look, that's right here, the answer. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's going to be in some weird manifest thing. There you go. Something like this. And we should expect that to be in VS Code, considering VS Code has got a lot of money behind it, and it's developed by Microsoft. Why would they not, do the thing? Sublime Text is like, I will open anything. Anything you want me to open, I'm here for you, pal. You want, you want to open just a thing with no extension, I'll open it. I don't care. So what we do, we just search for like YAML extensions. I guess that would make sense. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, I wanted to do the data viz tonight, but not going to happen. Totally disagree about the VS Code thing. I think VS Code's a little slow. I think Sublime, like, if you've got 2 monitors you're working on, Sublime's better choice. Because with VS Code, it's like they can't get over that one limitation. Maybe they've solved it, but when I was using VS Code, I used it for like a day, and I didn't love it, man. It takes about 1 minute to boot. What are you talking about? Oh, Visual Studio. Yeah, well, that's a horse of a different color. But Sublime Text is stupid fast. One second. And then what I like about it is it doesn't care if you keep opening the same folder. This is like my use case, though, where I can take that folder that's open right there, and I can just open it again. And then I can open it again. Right. And now I've got, like, I can work on, CSS here. And I can work on HTML here. And I can work on God knows what else there. That's what I like about Sublime Text. I don't really need something to hold my hand when I'm developing. Wow, Nick, is that for real? So somebody, somebody took away VS Code and called it Codium. Is that a tiling display manager for Windows? No, it's 4 monitors. 5. I like my monitors, man. So I just have like a bunch of these guys. This is just like stock Windows that let you do this crap. Used to be you'd have to buy something that did that. Nowadays, not so much. The only problem I'm running into right now is my monitors. Let's talk monitors for a second. Let's talk monitors. There's a really good resolution for monitors that I love. And I could tell you all the reasons why I love it and why it's good, etc. The problem is it doesn't, they like kind of stop supporting it. I like these 1920 by 1200s because I get a little extra space when I'm doing design work. And sometimes what that means, I can like throw a 1920 by 1080 design on screen or 1000 design on screen, and literally like I can see all my toolbars. I don't have to resize it. It's the right size. But they don't make it any bigger. So I have to go and find like a South Korean like knockoff panel to get that same thing in like the next step up, the 2560 res. So I'm stuck. I'm going to be stuck at 1920 by 1200 forever. But it's a great resolution. I think it was meant, like, they made it for a good reason. I think they made it for people that kind of are working, and it's like a better productivity screen. That's true, Tobbles. That is true. You bring up a good point that they're not all garbage. Because they make all sorts of crazy stuff over there. They make all sorts of weird sizes, and they make like weird resolutions, but we don't get them in the US market. So you have to find somebody who is like on eBay with one of these potential like exploding monitors. The last one I got like a, I forget. It was 1920 by 1200 resolution, whatever that is, 16 to 10 maybe, and it was like at that bigger scale. The thing like felt like it was burning my retinas out. It really did. I was like, I can't even look at it anymore. And it ran so hot. It had no English instructions. It was all like just all in Korean. Fish out. Good question. So if you want to join the alpha test for MAGA, what I suggest you do is you join our Discord and you hang out in MAGA product dev. One day, someday soon, I will publish an exe installer to that channel, or I'll let people know, but we'll be putting the exe installer in there. And once the exe installer is in there, you will be able to open it, and we're going to make sure that it can catch updates automatically, and you'll start to be able to use the app. So we're going to be starting pretty simple with it. Probably like the initial rollout for alpha. Alpha's going to start really alpha. It's going to be like, okay, it's just like a shell of an app, and now we're going to push an update to it, and now it's going to like I don't know, did you catch the update? That would always be the first question. Did the update arrive? Like that kind of stuff, you know? So we're going to start really simple. And then like, I think what I'll do is like every night I end the stream by saving all the designs off the Discord. And what I'll end up doing is every night we'll commit the files that are, you know, ready to commit into the repo and do whatever we need to do to get that repo to deploy the update. You know, so that's how. It's very easy. The other thing you can do is you can go to maga.io, maga.io, and just throw your email in there. That's probably like, if you don't want to get on Discord, even if you do, that's probably just a good thing to do so you can stay in touch there. I don't really email market. Like, you guys that were on the Badger email list, you probably know this. Like, what did we send out? Like 1 email, 2 emails? So we might say something like, hey, we're getting close to launching. Can you help us out and like make a product hunt account or something like that? And if you don't want to, no big deal. But I don't have like any, well, I sell your email. That's for sure. I definitely sell it. But I'm not going to spam it myself. You'll be fine. There's a dude right now paying 4 cents an email. Can you imagine? No, I'm not going to sell your email. We're going to install a Bitcoin miner and make money that way. No. And the cool thing is, like, so just as I say that, just keep in mind, Electron apps they're not compiled and closed. Okay? So you guys, you can open the app up and you can take a look. And like, once we start rolling, that'll be kind of cool because you'll be able to see a lot of the code base. We might minify and obfuscate it as part of the build process, but you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to kind of understand how it's like, you can tinker with it, you know, poke at it. All right, I'm gonna start saving these out. I think it's about that time. Man, it's Turkey Day tomorrow. Is that everybody excited? Like, I don't know if all you guys celebrate it, but I'm so excited. It's one of the best days of the year. Thanks, Nick. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I got we got like a 12 or 13 pound turkey. It's not the biggest. It's not the smallest. We've had it brining. Oh, I got to flip it tonight. We've had it brining for like a week. It's going to be amazing, or full of parasites. Probably amazing. So I'll just dump these in, make sure they're off. I'm sorry, guys. I should be doing better than 3 screens in, what is this, like 5 hours? I lost my mojo. I'll get it back. I'm glad you like it, Fish. And it's always like, thanks everybody. Like, I think this makes it fun. We're at the onset of a big project, but this makes it fun. This makes it fun to kind of make it a community thing. Yeah, it's all there. Well, what we did do, I think, looks okay. So, all right, guys, have a good week. I don't know. I don't think I'll be back on Friday. So probably the next time I'm going to be on is Monday. We might try a Saturday stream. Let me see. We'll find out. It was great hanging out, though. Take care. Have a good weekend, whatever. See you guys later.